Even the sharpest go-getters like you can slam into a leadership wall. You always owned your role, smashed goals, and knew your company's playbook cold. So why is your team lagging? When they miss targets or fumble tasks, it's like a punch to the gut. You're not alone. Most managers, even the best, get tossed into leadership with no roadmap. That's where I come in. I'm Sharrell Kline, the coach managers call when they're ready to fire everybody. With this program, we're kicking off a masterclass that's over 5 hours long, 18 video modules. It's a beast with tools, strategies, word for word scripts to make you the leader who rewrites the rules. So if you're ready to dominate as a leader and ignite your team's potential, strap in. This journey, it's going to push you to transform lives. It's going to take you out of your comfort zone. I know you're slammed, but investing time in this masterclass will have you crushing chaos. Here's my first pro tip. I created 3 setup videos to prepare you to start the program. And if you watch them, you will get amazing stuff in there, master mindset stuff, tips and tricks that will serve your entire life. So watch every video. They each build one on the other. I intentionally structured it so that it builds itself in a logical and useful order. And that's really why I put it together in this master class, so that you would watch it in the order I created it. Welcome to Positively Managing Performance, a roadmap for managers of people. Right off the top, let me explain that I use the word positively to mean with certainty, to leave no room for doubt, because that's how I do everything. I'm Sharrell Kline, best-selling author of Positively Managing Performance, the book this program is based on. And I created the Positively Managing Method, a step-by-step process you'll learn over the next 4 months. Managers who have used my method have had even the most low-performing employees start to believe in themselves and achieve things they never thought they could do. And when an entire department or organization uses my process, amazing transformations occur. Productivity and profitability increase, morale soars, and turnover, absenteeism, and on-the-job injuries decrease. Now, you probably already know that the brain loves to win. And in order to release a powerful cocktail of happy chemicals, your brain needs to know what the game actually is. What are the goals? What are the expectations? And how can you know if you're achieving them? That's the main reason I created the pre-program modules you're watching. The first of which is your bird's eye view. And I created it because we're on a journey together, and you need to know what to expect and be able to visualize the road phase by phase, module by module, and week by week. And I confess, my passion makes me intense, so I'm going to try and pace myself and not overwhelm you along the way. But bear with me if from time to time I come on strong. I'm excited by this stuff because I've seen it work. And I'm making a 3P promise to you. This program is practical, with highly actionable tips that, when implemented, will produce noticeable results. It's powerful, distilled down to my best strategies, so you can focus on what works now, without wasting time on 1,001 things that don't move the needle. And it's personal. It will give you customized advice on your real-time issues. This is not a one-size-fits-all program with answers that leave you spinning your wheels. Your time is too valuable for that. And right off the bat, I'm going to recommend watching the videos with a speed controller. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you'll thank me, because you'll be able to speed up and slow down every video you ever watch. You can increase the speed by 50% or more and still easily understand me. The next pre-program module you'll be viewing is Schedule Your Way to Success. It will really help you set your intentions and frame of mind to be successful in this program. Then I'll be giving you some foundational information. I call it the big picture, where I'll talk to you a little bit about employee engagement and why that matters. I could just get to the point right here and jump straight into the hands-on work. But if I did, you wouldn't be able to receive it. Do you get that? Probably not yet. I need to frame the issue for you first, and the big picture sets the stage. Once we're through the preliminary information, and please trust me here, your time is valuable, but these first 3 videos will truly help you get off to a great start. We're going on a journey with multiple phases. For those who need more detail, you'll see that within each phase there are videos, which I'll quickly summarize for you in a moment. But first, let me tell you about the phases. Phase 1 has 5 modules over 5 weeks, and I call it the secret to getting what you want from your team. How would it feel knowing that your employees are willingly hitting their goals so that your job as a manager not only becomes easier, but you're recognized for leading a high-performing team? In Phase 1, you'll shift from feeling like you don't know how to set expectations, or if you have set them, feeling like they're not translating to your employees, to simply and methodically setting measurable expectations that resonate with your entire team, who will not only understand and run with them, but be willingly accountable. You'll begin to master the critical high-performance habits practiced by top managers who create long-term performance success, so that you'll no longer feel like your career has stalled. By the time you finish this phase, you'll be well on your way to leading a team full of superheroes. Phase 2 is 4 modules over 4 weeks, and I call it High Performance Management. In this phase, you'll learn to master 2 practical communication tools, feedback and coaching. I'll teach you the difference between each and when to use them so that you clear the blocks to trust and experience a true connection to each of the members of your team, authentically and assuredly opening the door for each of your employees to reveal to you their untapped superpowers. You'll then be able to build a team around the concept of freeing everyone, including you, to spend more time working in your genius zones. Phase 3 has 4 modules over 4 weeks, and I call it Make Every Day a Success. In this phase, I'm going to help you master continuous performance management, because doing so will truly rock your manager world, energize your team, and increase their productivity, allow you to reconfigure your own bandwidth and get rid of unnecessary meetings so you can spend more time working in your genius zone and in the stress associated with the dreaded annual performance review for both you and your employees. Phase 4 has 1 module during that week called Make Yourself Irrelevant. Prior to becoming a manager, you were probably a superstar performer. Are you now struggling to duplicate your former success into your team? Or have you either realized or been told by senior leadership that you're the bottleneck to your own growth? Your career progression could be stalling because of either of these situations. Then in our final week, we'll move on to your next steps and celebrate mission accomplished. This is a comprehensive program with step-by-step processes, and I'm here to help. I'm not about theory. I'm about actionable strategies. And the way I'm going to help you follow our roadmap is by focusing on 3 core areas: setting expectations, ongoing performance management, and using my manager multiplier effect process. There's nothing worse than finishing a book or program exactly where you started. It's tough then to find the energy and momentum at that point to begin a process of change. I'm here to work my positively managing method right along with you. I'm going to help you climb the mountain with my roadmap in 2 ways. Just like people now reach Mount Everest by hiring a guide who's done it before, who knows the route, who understands the risks and dangers and can lead them on their path, You have me. And the second part of the journey is simply taking it one step at a time. That's how I've designed this series of videos, one simple step at a time. They build on each other. So if you feel yourself getting impatient or wanting to skip steps, remember that one step at a time is how you get to the top of the mountain. We're going to hit the ground running in week 1 with the module I call the secret to your own success. You know how you feel when you're in the zone and it feels like the stars have aligned and everything is falling into place? What if you could carry that feeling into all aspects of managing employee performance? It all starts with understanding that every manager has a kryptonite. In this module, you'll learn to recognize and begin to inoculate yourself against your own personal kryptonite and unlock your managerial superpowers. So you'll be equipped to transmute challenges into strengths, your own and your employees. Week 2 is called The Secret to Your Employee's Success. The cost of losing just one successful employee is many times the cost of this program to your organization. In this module, we'll really roll up our sleeves and take a deep dive into one of the main mechanisms of employee engagement. By building your Unlock Your Genius blueprint for every distinct position you manage. This is the most challenging module based on my past experience coaching leaders and managers, so really be prepared to tackle it when the time comes. The blueprint will effectively guide you when you provide feedback and coaching to boost performance and productivity, diagnose performance or behavior problems before they spin out of control, and give you a backup plan if a position opens so that you'll know the next hire will be exactly who you're looking for to round out your team. In week 3, you'll learn the top secret performance maximizer. When it comes to maximizing performance, it's easy to recognize your best and worst performers, but those in-between employees pose the biggest challenge. These employees are your inconsistent performers, effective at times and ineffective at other times. But you know what? They also have the greatest potential to become high performers. In week 4, we'll tackle the module, Help them understand why what they do matters to the organization, where you'll help your team understand their place in the scheme of things. This sounds basic, but it's epic. In fact, this topic could easily be an entire program. The final module in Phase 1 is the secret behind phenomenal teams. Although the main thrust of this program is focused on helping you, as a manager of people, work with your individual employees, team building is a critical element of being a great leader. By this point, we will have successfully navigated the secret to getting what you want from your team, and it'll be time to tackle Phase 2, high performance management. And a huge part of positively managing performance is understanding the difference between feedback and coaching, and why each is important to engaging your employees. During this week in effective feedback, I'll really be clarifying how to give positive yet effective feedback, because it's one of the most tried and true aspects of positively managing performance. You'll address emotionally sticky situations with assurance and easily navigate the hidden landmines lurking beneath the surface. You'll learn in the feedback module that it's about letting your employees know what you want them to do more of, or as well as those things they need to do less of or stop doing altogether. Coaching is a process that aims to improve the how of performance through facilitation. There's a huge difference between teaching someone and helping them to learn. Phase 2 Module 3 is about addressing attitude. This is where we'll drill down below the surface of employee attitude. Our final module, Phase 2, is responding to employees' emotional reactions. You'll have learned how to effectively give feedback and provide constructive coaching by this point. But what about the employee's reaction? The fear of that reaction and how to handle it has stopped a great many managers of people from moving forward. In fact, the number one reason managers delay or completely abandon performance conversations is fear of how the employee will respond. After this module, you'll be equipped with pre-prepared scripts to use so that you can demonstrate to your employees that you value them enough to prepare ahead of time. And you'll feel a new level of trust and credibility, even during the most challenging situations. Once you've started to create the foundation for a high-performance work environment, you'll be ready for Phase 3. Make every day a success. Module 1 is one-on-ones, the most valuable tool in your toolbox. There's a myth out there that employees don't like performance management. It's just not true. What employees don't like is bad performance management. Employees want clear expectations. They want consistent and fair evaluations, and they want both feedback and coaching. And what's the most effective way to accomplish that? With standing one-on-one meetings with each of your direct reports. And if you're like most managers and don't already have regularly scheduled one-on-ones on your calendar, I'm determined to make you a believer in their value by the time we're finished with this module, so that you'll be able to start tapping into your genius zone because your week has been reconfigured to work for you. If you're a manager in the minority who already meets regularly with your direct reports, I promise you that by the time you finish this module, you'll have all kinds of new tips and tricks that will make the most of this valuable time and launch your leadership to a whole new level. Week 2 of Phase 3 is why annual reviews as you know them don't work. In this module, we'll examine the anxiety-producing event called the annual performance review. Everyone dreads them. Managers cite them as the second most hated task after firing someone. And study after study has found that not only do employees loathe and despise them, they don't get anything out of them and are often left gobsmacked. You may still be required to conduct annual performance reviews in your organization. That's okay, because in this module, I'll show you how to turn that necessary evil into a positively managing tool, regardless of the system your organization uses, so that by the time the review period rolls around, though you and your employees may still not want to throw a party, you'll never stress over them in the same way again. Far too many of you make the mistake of thinking that being fair to your employees means you must treat everyone equally. But that assumption is so far off the mark that I felt I needed to address it as a separate topic because it's a hidden engagement killer. By this point, when you transition from Phase 3 to 4, you will have accomplished remarkable things and be entering the home stretch. In Phase 4, make yourself irrelevant, you'll begin to master the bottleneck solution known as my manager multiplier effect. My process will boost your credibility in the eyes of your senior leadership. And by the time you complete this final phase, you'll be well on your way to successfully duplicating your stellar performance into your team. This module is about delegation on steroids, so much so that you'll never look at delegating the same way again. And last up, we're going to look at fish out of water and unsuccessful employees, where you'll learn what to do with two types of employees: those who just don't fit within your team or organization, and those who, despite working this program with them for 3 to 6 months, are still unsuccessful. Your self-mastery and productivity are only as good as your most challenging employee. And it's the challenging employees who show you whether you've created a foundation you can build on. This program is the foundation, and you'll complete it feeling inspired and energized, with a new sense of direction and a whole new outlook on your team and your role as their positive manager. I'll be honest here. In this program, I may not tell you anything new, but along the way, ask yourself whether you've been doing it. The answer will clearly be no, or you wouldn't be here with me right now. My intent is to remind you of what needs to be done, give you a clear path to travel along, and the tools you'll need to traverse it. Since part of my goal in this program is to ensure you successfully reach mission accomplished, I'll be working hard to help you push through any challenges that stand in the way of you making a powerful commitment to your own success. Because studies have overwhelmingly found if I only give you the information, 97% of you won't get results. And I can't accept that. I don't want to just provide information. I want to ensure transformation. So if both you and I take the time to understand the underlying psychology of managing performance, and that includes you managing your own performance, we stack the odds in your favor, which is what I'm here to do. Stack the odds in your favor and make it not just likely, but inevitable that you successfully complete this program. So relax the part of your brain that might be saying, I wish you would just get to the point. And realize that getting right to the point would be doing both you and me a huge disservice. The framing, context, and mindset work is critical. Tony Robbins has said that 80% of any success you have comes from your psychology, your mindset, and the emotions that fuel your actions and decisions. And just 20% comes from the how or mechanics of what to do when. So we're going to spend some time in every training on calibrating the psychology, mindset, and emotions behind the choices you're making. And I want you to be aware of the psychology of what might hold you back and realize that those fears, doubts, and insecurities are a normal part of your growth. I want you to also understand that working with either of two mindsets will stop you in your tracks. First, muttering to yourself, I know that. If you're caught up telling yourself that you already know something, then you miss the fact that my Positively Managing Method has been used successfully and really does work. Second, muttering to yourself, I disagree. The truth is that disagreement is usually a response to being taken outside of your comfort zone. Some, or even most of this stuff, may be new and strange to some of you. But focus on disagreeing, and you'll again miss the fact that the method and tools are proven to work. And speaking of tools, I've created an amazing toolkit for you to download and use throughout this program. The links are below, and if you'll get that downloaded today, you'll be ready to rock and roll. And fair warning, although I have stated that this program is simple and it's a step-by-step roadmap, I don't want you to confuse simple with easy. Nothing about dealing with interpersonal communication is easy, and managing employees is a lot of work, as you know. But I know if you follow the path I'm going to lay out for you, you will become a better manager, and your employees will be more engaged. The important thing to remember is to start by aiming to achieve minimum goals. Yes, minimum goals. The assignments and steps as they come. Don't set yourself up for failure by reaching for the stars right out of the gate. Let's take a grounded and realistic approach so you can get into action without triggering the fear and overwhelm that comes from setting goals that feel impossible for you to achieve at this moment. And I can promise you that very, very soon, you will be achieving those reach for the stars goals. But you've got to start somewhere. You've got to start with what you can do right now. Get into action. Positively improve while you learn. And iterate your way to awesome. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to not only ignite employee engagement and productivity in 4 months or less, but also shift your own bandwidth from spending most of your time on admin and unproductive meetings to being free to spend 20% or more of your time in your genius zone and feeling like the rest of your week is positive and fulfilling, so that you can finally look forward to Monday mornings and getting back to work with your happy and productive team of superheroes. Know that there's a method to my madness, and my intentions in this program are to give you exactly what you need when you need it to get to mission accomplished. No more, no less. And it's real-world advice and processes that work. So don't expect any magic bullets, miracle pills, or fast food solutions. It's a journey, and it will take work. But by doing it together, I will help you go from mission to mission accomplished. With that in mind, be sure to watch the other 2 pre-programmed modules right now if you can. Otherwise, as soon as possible before we hit the ground running with Phase 1 next week. Hey there, positive managers. I was thinking that if you're anything like me, you're feeling pulled in a million directions at once and not able to focus your attention on what really matters, the time you need to manage your employees' performance and develop yourself. So I've written a module for you called Schedule Your Way to Success, where I'll set out how you can work smarter and, while doing so, zero in on your own superpowers and set yourself up to be spending more time working in your genius zone. Because with this program, you'll not only be igniting your employees' engagement and impacting your organization's productivity and profitability, you'll be setting your own career on an entirely new course. There are 2 types of scheduling that I want to talk about in this module. The first is how you spend your day, and the second is what needs to happen between now and the time this program ends 4 months from now to hit our goal together of you positively managing both yourself and your employees. So let's talk about how you spend your day. The truth is that in today's world, time and attention are the most valuable resources on the planet, both yours and your employees. Because with your time and attention, you can either be an effective thought leader and manager of people, or you can spin in circles, going nowhere fast. And I'm here to help you be the thought leader that you're truly meant to be, because it's my core belief that you can be an incredible leader. But that doesn't happen just by having a big vision or a dream. It happens based on how you choose to spend every minute of every day. Darren Hardy wrote a book called The Compound Effect, based on the idea that small actions, whether that's good habits or bad, add up to a serious amount of time over the course of your life. A serious amount of time that can be used to create the team and career you imagine, or be wasted on things that don't support you and our positively managing message, which again is to manage with certainty, to leave no room for doubt. So if you've ever told yourself, I'm too busy, or I don't have enough time, the truth is you do. You have as much time as all of the wildly successful managers out there. There is no acceptable excuse. Business trainer Susan Evans, in her typical crass way, says that everybody has kids and cancer. And what she means is that everybody has the same potential and the same problems. And it's based on you, whether you want to pay more attention to the potential or to the problems. Who do you know who doesn't commit to anything fully? I hope it's not you, but if it is, I'm going to help you change that. The first step is to become really aware of your language. At 15, my first coach taught me that I was never allowed to use the words try or can't. And I honestly believe that admonition changed the trajectory of my life. From this point forward, I want you to focus on your intentions. Our words define our reality, so be careful of what language you use in life. There's a real difference between, oh my gosh, I get to watch 18 videos, and oh my gosh, I have to watch 18 videos? Or between a get-to-do list and a have-to-do list. And I want you to remember that most of your problems are first world problems. And how you frame your reality makes all the difference. There's overwhelming research on mindset and how it can either positively or negatively impact our lives. Since from this point forward, you're going to be modeling both being the manager everyone dreams of having and the employee your organization is proud to support, creating a positive mindset is critical to achieving everything I know you can during this program. So decide whether you're going to frame this program as, When am I going to find the time to do all this stuff in this program that my company's making me do? Oh. Or, wow, I get to be in this incredible program with all of these wonderful people and have access to some of the best trainings out there and be at a time in my life when I'm open and willing to implement new things. Can you see the change in energetic moving away from I have to and toward I get to? Yes? So I recommend that you eliminate all have-to-do lists in your life and only have get-to-do lists. Does it sound like a plan? Who's willing? Say I am out loud now if you're willing to make that commitment. Go ahead. Come on, say it. I am. Good. These are high-class problems, right? Oh my gosh, I have too much life-changing training on my plate. I know that I have a great life. So when I catch myself dreading things that will honestly make my life better, like this program will for you, I consciously reframe to the positive, because what an honor it is to live in my life's purpose, working in my genius zone, using my superpowers, and making a positive impact on the world. Yes, it's work, but I don't have to walk 5 miles to get water every day. What we get to do is pretty incredible. And when you bring that spirit into your work, you become unstoppable. And that mindset emanates out from you and positively impacts everyone around you. Whenever you find yourself pushing up against an edge of your comfort zone, you're going to feel anxiety and stress. To push past those feelings so that you create the opportunity to grow and expand your comfort zone, start adding, and I love it, to the end of a sentence that expresses your challenges. It will make a difference. For example, I have 3 meetings this morning and I love it. I feel overwhelmed and I love it. I have to rework my schedule and I love it. A second point I want to make here is that there's a difference between saying I'm stuck and I feel stuck, or I'm frustrated and I feel frustrated. I am conveys what you are as a person, whereas I feel conveys a temporary state. Do you get it? So try that on for size. And as they say, what you focus on expands. When you focus on problems, then you're going to have more problems. When you focus on possibilities, then you'll have more opportunities. Have you ever heard the saying, work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion? I really believe in that one too. What I've learned from my 30-year career working with organizations and managers is that a lot of time is wasted when people don't know what to do when, or they're switching from task to task to task. So they spend time thinking about what they're going to do next rather than just doing it. I take 5 to 10 minutes at the end of every day to prepare for the next day. I create and open whatever Google Docs I'll be using to write my content. I line up any resources that I need. If I have existing content I want to leverage, I'll cut and paste that into a Google Doc. So I'm not spending any time in the morning preparing. Instead, I walk in knowing exactly what I'm doing and ready to go. But it took me some time to train my focus to get a lot done. And if you're not used to doing a lot quickly, it may feel uncomfortable or overwhelming at first. And that's natural as you're expanding your capacity to get more done more quickly while maintaining a state of ease and flow. It's tempting to write off what you're experiencing and stop because it's not comfortable, but that just keeps you where you're at. Just like the famous cartoon trope of the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other, the choice is yours. I believe that you're infinitely powerful, capable, and resourceful. You can create anything you want when you understand what you want and you commit 100% to a specific outcome and time frame. I always say that success is all about giving yourself permission to have bigger problems. And as a mentor once told me, Sharrell, when you plan for what you know is going to happen, you can't fail. So I try to plan for the problems and embrace them when they come because that usually means I'm stretching myself, playing a bigger game, and making a bigger impact. When you approach your day with this mindset of focusing on the possibility of what you want and asking yourself at every moment, does this move me toward the goal or outcome I want, or does it pull me away? All of a sudden, you become a time warrior. You start to guard your time, energy, and attention as if your life depends on it, because it does. My schedule isn't yours, but the concepts can serve as a guide. I block out creation and coaching time, and I guard that time with my life. Pretty much nothing else gets on my calendar during that block unless it's absolutely urgent. What happens during that block is responsible for the success of our business, and it allows us to make the impact we're now having on the world. It's a simple thing with huge consequences, and the sooner you can carve out time in your schedule every week for the next 4 months to focus on your commitment to working this program with everything you've got, the greater your success will be. Work with your existing schedule of commitments and your natural creative flow to give yourself time to be in the zone of possibility and create the team and career you want. Don't kick yourself for the time you don't have. Focus on making the most out of the time that you do. So that takes me back to the second type of scheduling I'm going to help you with in this module. What needs to happen between now and the time this program ends 4 months from now to hit our goal together of you positively managing both yourself and your employees. Your success is based on discipline as much as it's based on effort. So the first thing I want you to do is block out a minimum of 2 hours each and every week for the next 16 weeks on your calendar right now to focus on this program. I recommend 2 one-hour blocks if you can. So pause the video and do that right now. Block out more time if you can, but do what's possible for you right now. Before continuing, make sure you take this opportunity to pause and schedule. Congratulations! You have just become a time warrior. You have just taken the single biggest step to reach mission accomplished in this program. And if you decide to continue this practice of time blocking beyond this program, you'll have created the most powerful success habit on the planet and will have joined the ranks of the world's most successful people. One thing I want to mention about those appointments you just made with yourself. I recommend you take them as seriously as you take appointments with others, because every time you keep a commitment, an appointment to yourself, you're building self-trust. You're telling yourself, I believe in myself, I'm worthy. And you're building the muscle you need to put your sights on bigger goals, aspirations, and pursuits. I've been practicing this for years, and I've got to say that I've reached the point where I have 100% self-trust. I know I can show up anytime and anywhere and say what needs to be said, do what needs to be done. I knew I could offer a program like this and create it on demand in the times I had, because I've built this practice and built that muscle memory over the years of self-discipline and training. I have trained my inspiration and creativity to show up on demand, and that's the master's path. True mastery is building the habits you need to develop and developing the self-trust to do anything that you put your heart, mind, and spirit to, and that's what I wish for you. And it all starts with how you choose to spend your time, energy, focus, and attention every day, starting today. Are you living with intention? Are you focused on possibility? Or are you giving your time, energy, focus, and attention away to the problems and squeaky wheels that are just part of life? When you make choices every day that align with your hopes, dreams, and aspirations for yourself, you can turn your ideas into reality. So if you ever struggle with procrastination, self-sabotage, or lack of self-trust, committing to this one habit of blocking your time and keeping your appointments with yourself can shift that for you once and for all. And don't get yourself tangled up by overanalyzing or sweating the small stuff. Those behaviors will stop you in your tracks. Now, the final scheduling appointment I want you to make at this point has to do with the work that's ahead of you. As I said in the bird's eye view, you're going to be doing quite a bit of work in the program, and you'll need to schedule yourself the time to do it. Starting in phase 1, you'll be working on setting expectations. I want you ready to do that work. So in addition to the blocks for working the program, you must block off a recurring 30-minute appointment for yourself twice a week, starting in 2 weeks, titled Time to Set Expectations. This will be an evolving process throughout the program, and you may finish it in less time. But for now, block that time out. If you finish early, it'll be found time on your schedule. That's all good, right? Before continuing, make sure you take this opportunity to pause and schedule. Whoop, 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 yay! You've just taken another huge step to schedule your success and reach mission accomplished. You've carved out time each week for you to focus on working this program, and that includes making time in your schedule to watch these trainings, making time to take advantage of the coaching and support we're providing you, and you've also set time to set expectations. Doesn't that feel like a positive step in the right direction? You're taking control. And you're almost ready to start the program. However, be sure and watch the final pre-program module, the big picture, before the first module drops so you can be fully ready, because your success as a manager depends on your ability to take action on the invisible. Just like Indiana Jones, when he had to step out and there was nothing there, you may not be able to see everything clearly yet. The actions you take starting right now, though, will create the success that you desire. Leap and the bridge will appear, and I'll see you on the other side. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome back. In the previous 2 modules, you've seen your bird's eye view of the next 4 months and scheduled your way to success, making time for the program, coaching, and homework. Now in this module, we're going to look at what I call the big picture. Are you frustrated by trying to figure out how to best hold your employees accountable? Are you hesitant to confront employees about performance issues? Do you just have too much stuff on your plate? Or too many plates? Are you wondering whether you're a failure as a manager, or whether being a manager is even worth it? What if you could have employees who not only don't mind being held accountable, but were engaged and successful? What if you could not only comfortably address performance issues, but also fix them? What if you could not only reconfigure your bandwidth to tap into your own genius zone, but grow your team at the same time? What if, after completing this program, you were succeeding as a manager beyond your and anyone else's expectations? What would your life look like? Take a moment and think about that. Now write down 3 words that describe how that would make you feel. I'll give you a moment. If you struggle believing things could change that much, then you're in the right place. I'd like to take a minute to share my story with you, because you may think that I became a performance management coach and trainer because I'd been such a great manager along the way. But it was actually when I experienced being managed by a horrible boss, someone everyone referred to as a terrorist, that I discovered my true calling. I thought I'd been hired for my expertise and opinions. After all, by that time in my career, I'd been a judge, so I had opinions. Now, with a lot of that great 2020 hindsight, my theory is that I was hired for what I thought and knew, but not because of any alignment with my boss. I think she believed she needed a counterpoint to her opinions, but once she had me there in front of her, the reality of an eager brainstormer brimming with ideas on how to make things better, well, it painfully clashed with her style. You see, she was a processor who agonized over decisions and then spent the following week second-guessing herself and flip-flopping multiple times before a deadline passed and she was forced to move forward. But I'd taken the job to be closer to our grandkids and had moved across the country, so I was invested. And more importantly, at my core, I'm a positive person. And because my horrible boss managed a key department, the toxic culture she'd created rippled throughout the organization. As a problem solver and coach by nature, I found myself thinking about what she needed to help her become a better manager of people. And by then I knew she wouldn't take any suggestions from me directly. So I started creating and offering tools and training to the organization's managers, hoping she'd attend. She didn't, but other department directors and managers across the company started flocking to each of my training sessions, and many asked for off-site one-on-one coaching. This was a new area of work for me at that time, but I loved it, and the difference it was making in the organization was amazing. So I left the organization and turned my negative experience into my positively managing method. And I know it works because I've seen it happen over and over. There have been libraries full of management books written on managing employees, but the majority fail to explain exactly how to accomplish it. This failure leaves you, whether a new or experienced manager, without a clear understanding of your role and essential functions. Well, this program isn't about theory. It's about doing, the how-to of doing. I'm going to teach you exactly how to create a high-performance work environment. How do I define a high-performance work environment? Well, I believe it is an environment that maximizes the performance of individuals, where the goals of the organization are met by thoroughly engaged employees. Let me repeat that last part. By thoroughly engaged employees. But why should you care if your employees are engaged if they aren't even successfully performing and you already have too much on your plate? Because employee engagement, or rather the lack of it, is costing your organization big time. Organizations with low employee engagement scores experience 18% lower productivity, 16% lower profitability, 37% lower job growth, and 65% lower share price over time. And those numbers should matter to you. Gallup defines engaged employees as those who are involved in, enthusiastic about, and committed to their work and workplace, and first began measuring and reporting on U.S. workplace engagement in 2000. Every year since, they've continued to find that less than 1/3 of employees in the U.S. are engaged in their jobs in any given year. That means over 70% of our employees aren't fully engaged. In the best possible light, that means more than 2/3 of our employees are indifferent, sleepwalking through their workday without regard for either their performance or their organization's performance. More than 2/3. And this group, 71% of your workforce, has a 37% higher rate of absenteeism, 49% more accidents, and 60% more errors and defects in their work than your engaged employees. And worse yet, a subset of your disengaged employees, a full 26% of your workforce, is actively disengaged. Not only are they unhappy at work, they're intent on acting out their unhappiness. They monopolize your time and drive away customers. Whatever engaged employees do, such as solve problems, innovate, and create new customers, actively disengaged employees will work to undermine. And this is an expensive problem for all employers. However, because you're disengaged and actively disengaged employees make up more than 2/3 of your workforce, the upside is that they offer the greatest untapped opportunity for your organization. Increasing the engagement of even a small percentage of this group is the most effective strategy that your organization can implement to increase productivity and sustainable long-term growth. Organizations with highly engaged employees experience an average 3-year revenue growth over 2 times greater than companies whose employees are only engaged at an average level. Employees who exercise their strengths daily are 8% more productive and 6 times more likely to be engaged. Teams with high employee engagement rates are 21% more productive and have 28% less internal theft than those with low engagement. Customer retention rates are 18% higher on average when employees are highly engaged. And Gallup found overwhelmingly that managers, and by that I mean managers of people, a term which I will use to refer to you throughout this program, are the key to employee engagement. And the sad fact is that managers of people aren't creating environments that engage their employees. So it's important for you to understand what you and your fellow managers may be doing in the workplace to create or destroy engagement. But first, before engagement can happen, in fact, before better management can happen, organizations must stop viewing their employees as a cost item. Many organizations see their products and customers as the source of profit and value. Sadly, when an organization puts its workforce on the cost side of the financial equation, it misses a vital piece of the puzzle. And frankly, because Richard Branson gets it, I tend to quote him often. Not only are employees more than a cost item, they're your organization's most valuable asset. Your employees sell your products. They also contribute value by identifying or implementing cost savings in production, purchasing, and distribution. And as a living asset, they're capable of growing and improving with effective performance management. There are also several attributes that employees bring to the table that generate intangible value, such as communication skills, teamwork, and leadership. They generate goodwill through interpersonal relationships, both inside and outside of the organization. I concede these benefits are difficult to measure, but they're real and often unrecognized by management until it's too late, like when you lose an exceptional employee to a competitor due to ineffective management. Most strategies like mergers and acquisitions, entering new markets and product launches, fail because of poor execution. And let's face it, poor execution is most often directly attributable to poor performance management. According to a recent Dale Carnegie white paper, an organization's workforce is the single thing that creates sustainable competitive advantage and therefore ROI, organizational value, and long-term strength. In the fight for competitive advantage, where employees are the differentiator, highly engaged employees are the ultimate goal. There are essentially 3 levers you can pull to change employee behavior, increase employee engagement, and create that high-performance work environment. The first has to do with what employees achieve, their goals. And we're not talking about goal setting to justify compensation. We're talking about goals as a tool of strategic communication. What's the employee's role within the organization? What are the goals of the organization? And what does the employee need to accomplish to support those goals? We're going to look deeper at this later in the program. This is about motivation and attention. Are people focusing on the right things? As a manager, you have to be very clear on what people are supposed to achieve in their jobs because it's one of the major keys to employee engagement. The second lever controls feedback and coaching on how to be successful. It's consistent and meaningful feedback and coaching that have been proven effective in getting employees to change their behavior, not that annual performance review. And we'll look at this in depth. Goal setting, feedback, and coaching, they're what increase engagement and productivity in the short term. To sustain engagement and productivity over the long term and retain your high performers, you have to also assign work that allows your employees to acquire new skills and tap into their passions and genius zones. And this is where my manager multiplier effect will come in. The third thing you can focus on if your employees still aren't performing at the expected level, and this is the hardest to change, is making sure they have the skills, interests, and aptitudes they need to achieve their goals. There are 2 keys to this one. First, clearly defining their job expectations, and second, making it a job expectation that they problem solve. And again, I'm going to help you with this. If you use these 3 levers, it'll be easier for both you and the organization to recruit and retain high performers. You'll also enjoy developing your direct report as well as learning from them. It took me months to do the big thinking around this program and what it really was all about, and then to simplify, streamline, and be able to clearly articulate how I was going to get you from mission to mission accomplished. It's not a coincidence that we've dedicated the first 5 weeks of this program to you creating your expectations blueprint for each position you manage. And the important thing to keep in mind as you go through each training and take each action is to keep moving forward and stay with the program. Because you may need to get to the end of phase 3 before you have 100% clarity on the beginning. In other words, work you do in phase 3 may change choices you made earlier in the process. And that's completely natural in what iterating your way to awesome is all about. You have an idea. You take action on that idea by completing the exercises and moving forward, even if you're not 100% sure on your choices. Simply by staying in action, you get more clarity, which allows you to refine and redefine your idea into something bigger, better, and brighter than you could have possibly come up with at the beginning of the process. But the only way to get to those bigger, better, and brighter ideas is to keep moving forward. You're not supposed to have it all figured out yet. Don't allow yourself to get hung up on something that doesn't feel perfect or just right, because if you stop, you'll never get the clarity that comes from moving forward. Chances are you became a manager in part because you were a strong individual contributor. But as a manager, those traits can be both a blessing and a curse. As a high performer, you're likely a dependable and valued producer. You learned vital skills and behaviors that positively impacted your organization and those around you. But at the same time, a lot of you find it hard to let go of the things you do well, even if doing so will engage those who report to you, allow them to grow, and positively impact the organization. Many of you think that it's easier, faster, or just plain safer to continue to do the things you do well yourself. If you're a me first manager, you're inadvertently limiting your career advancement and frustrating those direct reports who are in your charge. And your senior leadership is watching you do this, and they're not impressed. But for this process to work, you've got to relax and let go of judgment. You've got to own your experience and trust the process. And do not allow yourself to become overwhelmed. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day. Say, "I'm getting this," if you're getting it. Go ahead. Talk to yourself. It's okay. Come on. Say, "I'm getting this." Good. So that's the big picture. And with it, I hope I've helped you see the value of employee engagement to both you and your organization, and to understand that positively managing performance is about far more than just helping employees succeed. So buckle up, positive managers, and get ready for next week when you tackle Phase 1, Module 1, the secret to your own success. Hello, hello. Welcome to Phase 1, Module 1, the secret to your own success. If you'll recall from our bird's eye view roadmap, Phase 1 will teach you the secret to getting what you want from your team and is composed of 5 modules. So let's get right into Module 1. During this module, as you look in the mirror, I'm going to help you recognize common excuses that you may be using to avoid managing your employees' performance through standing one-on-ones, along with the major types of managerial behaviors that destroy employee passion, kill innovation, and result in costly turnover, especially of high-performance individuals. A fish doesn't know it's in water, and in this module, I'm going to try to help you see the types of water you're swimming in, because If you do nothing else but recognize something from this module in yourself and change it, you'll change how you operate, what your employees experience, and how your senior leaders see you. This is important work because most people don't quit jobs, they quit bosses. And I need to warn you that this is going to be a little uncomfortable for some of you, but you can't effectively manage performance if you're getting in your own way. We'll start by examining the most common excuses managers use for not making managing their employees' performance job one. Even after being a performance management coach for years, I'm still surprised by how many managers don't have a standing one-on-one meeting with each of their direct reports. I know most of you are overwhelmed, but excuse number one, the one many of you use to let yourselves off the hook, is telling yourselves that you don't have enough time to actually manage the performance of the people who report to you. A variation on the not enough time excuse is the too many meetings excuse. You may be telling yourself that you're running from meeting to meeting and can't fit another one into your schedule, let alone one for every employee every week. But the reality is that it'll take you far more time to find, acclimate, and train new people than to retain the ones you already have now. And positively managing won't take as much time as you may think. The third excuse I commonly hear is from those managers who do have scheduled meetings with their direct reports on their calendars, but frequently cancel them, telling themselves they have no other choice because something else came up, or there's a fire that only they can put out. If this is you, think about the message you're sending your employees. You're not my top priority. Is that really the message we want to be sending our organization's most valuable assets? For managers with 15 or fewer direct reports, the expectation should be meeting with each employee once a week. For those who manage more than 15, schedule them on alternate weeks. In most cases, unless you're managing way too many people, we're talking about 20 to 30% of your time. For a manager of people, that's not too much time to be spending, coaching, and providing feedback to your direct reports. And I'll repeat it again. They're your organization's most valuable assets. In fact, I believe that a manager of people spending 20 to 30% of their time driving employee engagement should be a minimum expectation for that manager. Next, we have the avoider excuse. Far too many managers avoid frequent contact with their employees throughout the year. They keep the door closed, their calendar full, and try to look busy every time one of their employees stops by with yet another problem to discuss. Why? Well, not only do these managers lack the skills and knowledge to conduct effective one-on-ones, they don't see their benefit. They believe nothing good can come from these meetings because their employees are bound to make requests they can't grant, bring up proposals they can't take action on, bring them bad news or problems to solve. And a lot of managers of people avoid managing because they're reluctant to address difficult behaviors they've observed in their direct reports or that have been reported to them by others. If this is you, you need to know that failing to address bad behavior implicitly sanctions it, giving misbehaving employees license to continue. It also frustrates your other employees who have to keep dealing with their difficult coworker. Ultimately, your failure to tackle issues head-on leads to your employees distrusting you, their manager, as well as the organization as a whole. Another common excuse I hear from managers for not conducting one-on-ones is, "I have an open door." And those who make that claim truly seem to think that because they talk to their employees multiple times a day as they pop in with questions or updates, that they're accomplishing the same goal. But they're not. A set one-on-one will truly save time in the long run. For those who don't do them, you may not be able to imagine how sitting here today. But once one-on-ones are established and working, they start limiting all the interruptions from people popping in and out of your office all day to ask questions and update you. Your employees will come to know that they actually have their own quality time with you every week. So they'll be okay with saving all of that stuff for their scheduled time with you. And that means more quality time devoted to both your employees and yourself. You'll see an uptick in productivity, morale, and attendance. It's been proven in study after study, and I'm going to help you conquer the one-on-one in this program. If any of these excuses resonated with you, I urge you to recognize them and use the opportunity of working through this program to help you realign your priorities. If you have a morale problem within your team, department, or across the organization, you can begin to change it today by scheduling recurring one-on-one meetings with each of your direct reports. And once you start meeting, you can begin to help all of your employees do more of what you'd like them to do and less of what you don't. Now it's time to shift gears and look at managerial behaviors. A good manager works to position her team to do something wonderful that taps into their employees' sense of purpose and passions, something wonderful that builds business success by reinforcing the organization's purpose, vision, and direction. Unfortunately, there are destructive managerial behaviors and beliefs that interrupt or even destroy the ability to do something wonderful. Gallup reported in their 2015 State of the American Manager that 1 out of every 2 professionals had said they quit a job to get away from their manager at some point in their career. Unfortunately, far too many managers of people, through actions they may have learned from their own terrible managers, create a toxic working relationship with their employees. Toxic working relationships end your ability to work effectively with your team. Sadder yet, there's usually flawed thinking behind these toxic behaviors. The manager may either believe what they're doing is the best approach, or they don't know any other way to behave. None of the behaviors I'm going to discuss have any place in a positive performance environment and are not effective. In fact, they kill passion, destroy engagement, and cost your organization money. The following is a list of the most frequent behaviors I've observed in managers I've coached. And unfortunately, I've experienced most of them from my own terrible managers as well. First up is the micromanager. And I've yet to see a micromanager recognize this behavior in themselves. This type of manager hires a very talented person and micromanages them to the point where they kill their passion, productivity, and desire to remain in the organization. The micromanager believes they've no choice but to drive results through their personal involvement in every single step. They believe it's their responsibility to make sure each step is done exactly right. In other words, done how they do it. I've personally experienced this, and I can tell you it's infuriating and heartbreaking to report to such a manager. Micromanagers take the decision-making authority away from the individual responsible for acting, yet still hold them accountable for the results. They minimize the ability of their direct reports to work independently and require them to get approval before they can take any action. At the root of micromanaging is the manager's own need to maintain control, and they fear that their talented subordinates will outshine them and take their job. If you exhibit even a tiny bit of micromanaging behavior, I urge you to stop. The talented people reporting to you want to make you look good. Their success reflects the fact that you hired them. And the more creativity you let your direct reports bring to the table, the more freedom you give them, the better they'll do, and the better you'll look. If you thought, just as I said that last sentence, that freedom is dangerous, and that if you want something done right, you must do it yourself, bingo, you're a micromanager and owe it to your own future, your organization, and your direct reports to master the manager multiplier effect process coming up later in this program. You and your employees, not to mention the senior leadership watching you, will all see a positive difference. The next killer behavior I want to discuss, and again, I've experienced this, is the withholding of critical information. These manager types tend to give their direct reports just enough information to do their work, but not enough to allow them to excel in their role or, heaven forbid, be independent. Again, this type of manager lives in fear of their direct report outshining them. And like the micromanager, these managers fail to understand that the better their employees look, the better they look as a manager. Another fear that's being triggered when managers exhibit this behavior is the fear of not having control. Control of outcomes, control of processes, control of their direct reports. This next engagement killer is one I've not experienced, but I did see it all too often in other managers. It's when managers maintain their power by pitting their direct reports against each other. This type of manager uses reward and punishment in an unpredictable manner in an effort to keep their employees off balance. When employees can't see what's coming, they're left to fight each other in an attempt to gain favor with their manager instead of punishment. And these managers figure that if their employees are busy fighting each other, there's no way they'll ever take a chance and oppose or try to outshine them. Or so these managers think. The truth is, employees who report to this type of manager not only dislike each other, they also dislike their manager. Our next manager is one who seems to take pleasure in punishing those who oppose them. And not only do they punish the opposition and the would-be whistleblowers, they reward their less productive employees if those folks stay quiet and let them do whatever they want. This manager is dangerous to an organization, and allowing managers who do this to operate unchecked can cost organizations more than low engagement, high turnover, and poor customer service. It can also lead to costly litigation. I've experienced this manager more than once, but the last time was by far the worst. The director I reported to prized one of my fellow managers above all others because he just sat in his office reading the newspaper and waiting for someone to ask him a question. He often bragged that it was the easiest job he'd ever had. And the key to his success? Never questioning anything, never making waves, never offering a differing opinion. I can tell you firsthand that if you're an ethical and motivated employee, it's painful to work for a punisher who just wants yes people and is willing to accept a low-producing, unengaged, unhappy department to achieve it. It all boils down to their mistaken belief that they, as the manager, know best what needs to be done and don't have the time or don't want to hear conflicting opinions. This type of manager may also live with the delusion that no opposition equals agreement, and no complaints mean they have a satisfied staff. And this couldn't be further from the truth. More than likely, much of this manager's staff is actively conducting job searches, and they're most likely complaining long and hard behind the manager's back to anyone who will listen. Next, we have the empire builder, the manager who hoards resources and underutilizes talent. This type of manager is harmful, and it's a variation of the punisher because it hurts the organization directly. They use resource allocation to strengthen their power base, taking resources away from those employees they believe are difficult and vocal, giving them to those who are compliant and silent. You'll recognize this type of manager within yourself if you've ever thought about withholding anything and thought it would make your employees think twice before giving you any trouble. Or if you wanted to show them the consequences of crossing you versus the benefits of complying with your wants. This manager doesn't make resource allocation decisions based on business needs. And if you're one of these types, you should realize that not only are you harming your organization, you're putting your own job at risk with your poor business judgment. According to a study by the Employment Law Alliance, almost half of all employees have been targeted by a manager who's a tyrant. The tyrant creates a tense environment that suppresses people's thinking and capabilities. And when I describe a tyrant, I'm not talking about a demanding or tough manager. When addressing performance issues, a tough manager may come across as demanding, but may just lack skills necessary to provide positive performance expectations. This is not the tyrant. A tyrant proactively engages in harming others. Working for a demanding manager who pushes you to do better can challenge you to become your best. But working for a tyrant drains your mental strength. Whether the tyrant calls people names or thrives on embarrassing people who make mistakes, they're a serious problem for any organization. Researchers found that a tyrant's behavior spreads among the ranks. Under a tyrant, employees are more likely to become overly critical of one another. They're also more likely to take credit for other people's work and behave more aggressively toward their fellow employees. Tyrannical behavior often stems from managers not knowing what they're doing. An obvious way to compensate for a lack of skills is to be tough and unyielding. In the end, tyrants are obstinate, empowered managers who consider themselves to be frank and action-oriented leaders, when in reality, they're equal parts bluster, insecurity, and impatience. Our next type of boss is the know-it-all. Steve Jobs says, "It doesn't make sense to hire smart people and tell them what to do. We hire smart people so they can tell us what to do." He may not have walked the walk himself, but the point is valid. The know-it-all is a problem because they honestly believe they've done everything you've done, but better and faster. Regardless of your accomplishments, they'll be the first to tell you that they could do it better. Not only are they all-knowing, but they expect you to be as well. The know-it-all will assign a 3-day task and expect you to complete it in 1. They'll give you a vague instruction and expect you to figure it out on your own. Or they'll assign you an impossible task, one that not even they could perform, and demand it on their desk by the end of the week. The know-it-all is about pushing you to your limit to prove that they're smarter than you. Next, we have the indecisive managers and flip-floppers. These type of managers lack confidence. However, even knowing that doesn't help their employees one little bit. Like the horrible boss I described earlier, those who are indecisive or flip-floppers pose a challenge because they trigger never-ending false starts. Deadlines are missed and employees want to pull their hair out. This behavior causes the entire team to wait around for the next change and nothing gets done in the meantime. This affects their team's initiative and causes colossal productivity and morale drain. Employees wait before going full bore on a project with these kind of managers. The ability to change your mind is admirable and necessary when new information or contingencies emerge. However, you're just a joke when you frequently change your mind or dither over deciding in the first place. The danger with this behavior is that both flip-floppers and indecisive managers have no credibility with their staff. It then becomes a vicious cycle where they want to get credibility back and they feel pressure to gain it back, but the more they try, the needier they seem and the less credible they are. And without credibility, they aren't viewed as trustworthy. And a manager who's untrustworthy can't lead. Our next problematic manager is the buddy boss. There are at least 2 types. The first is the buddy boss who overshares and looks at work as just another reason to socialize. The second just wants to be liked and thinks their direct reports will be happier with a friend rather than a supervisor. Both types can tend to view their team as a circle of friends, whether their employees like it or not. No subject is off limits. They feel the need to share every detail of their life with their staff, as well as ask them personal questions about theirs. In the worst cases, these buddy bosses don't recognize personal boundaries. And when we're dealing with a male manager and female direct reports, we're just one back rub away from a sexual harassment suit. And now that the Me Too revolution is underway, professional boundaries are far more important than ever. I have to confess that when I was promoted to manager for the first time, I took the second buddy boss approach. I cringed now to think about it. I thought that we'd all be a team together, us against the world. And it actually did work well at first. However, when my subordinates started having problems with changes our director wanted to make in the department, they were pulled in multiple directions because was I one of us or one of them, the mean managers who wanted to make these unwelcome changes? As I tried to navigate those rough waters, everything went sideways, and it was a big life lesson for me. Our next toxic manager is the one ready to show everyone the door. These managers view their employees as expendable. They're comfortable using their employees for the value they provide while helping them reach their goals, but are quick to get rid of them once the goal's been achieved. This manager only looks at the bottom line and whether they're maintaining their organizational power. There's no recognition of the value of employee passion and engagement to the organization. More importantly, there's no interest or understanding of the cost to the organization to replace a single individual. These managers don't view employees as living assets capable of changing and growing. Most of the traits in managers that we've just discussed are often coupled with the desire to keep direct reports busy but hidden. A manager with this trait always makes sure they're the face and voice for their department, thinking this is how they maintain control and that it's the only way to look good in front of senior leadership. Otherwise, one of their high achievers could replace them. Again, this couldn't be further from the truth. The best managers love to show off their high performers to senior leadership and enjoy basking in the glow created by a team of excellent hires. Positive and effective managers know that the deeper their bench strength is, the better they're viewed by the top brass. Managers of people who exhibit any of these behaviors are detrimental to their organization. Whether intentional or not, these killer behaviors destroy employee engagement and organizational productivity, and they stifle innovation. These behaviors ruin employee motivation as everyone feels the need to protect themselves. Organizational turnover increases. Those with options elsewhere take them, and that costs the organization money. Right now, pretend I'm looking you right in the eye and be honest with yourself. Somewhere over the course of the behavior section, did you feel a twinge? Maybe it wasn't even a twinge, maybe it was a poke. If you exhibit any of the behaviors in this module, you need to understand that the behavior has been noted by both your employees and your senior leadership. So if you connected with anything I said, go back to that behavior and listen again. If that could be you, I'm going to give you your first homework assignment for this week. Teaching someone to change managerial behaviors could be an entire course in and of itself. And although it's not the focus of this program, I created this module to bring the topic to your attention. So take some time this week and get on the internet and look up the behavior or behaviors you may be exhibiting. Create a plan of improvement for yourself. You're a motivated manager or you wouldn't be here right now. I have enormous respect for you and believe you can truly continue to grow. So find those tips and take some time this week to work on how to start managing differently. And if you feel nothing I said in this module applies to you, well, I'm skeptical, but I'm going to leave it up to you whether you do any exploring this week. This next homework assignment applies to all of you and will help you prepare to start setting expectations next week. And I'm warning you, expectation setting is going to be intense. You'll need a position to start working on first, so I want you to think about all of your direct reports. Who's the most average performer? The person who's successful but straight up average. In fact, I hope you have someone whose performance is so average that nothing about them is either unsuccessful or exceptional. If you don't have that person on your team, who's the closest? Do you have your pick? The position this person holds is going to be your starting point when you begin setting expectations next week. In order for you to meet your mission, you have to make a get-started choice today. This gets you out of the stuck cycle and into the success cycle. Where you have an idea, you take action on that idea. It gives you clarity so you can redefine what you're doing, which leads to a new, better idea, bigger actions, and greater clarity, and onward and upward. It's how you start to iterate your way to awesome. Make a choice and move on. Let me say it again. Make a choice and move on. Don't dwell, don't overthink it. If you do, you'll shut down and get stuck. And if you haven't already set the twice weekly half-hour blocks of time called setting expectations for every distinct position you manage, what's wrong with you? I want you to take this stuff seriously. I'm going to help you change your life and your employees. And what I'm going to teach you will work, but only if you do the work. I can't do it for you. But I promise, if you take this journey with me and you use my tips and tools, you will see a difference. And so will your employees and senior leaders. The change will ripple through your organization. I'm not kidding. So do your homework. And if you're in the program that includes live group coaching, we'll see you later this week. Followed next week by the Secret to Your Employees' Success, where we'll start setting expectations and working with the Unlock Your Genius Blueprint. And if you haven't yet downloaded that blueprint and your toolbox, the links are below. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to Phase 1, Module 2, The Secret to Your Employees' Success. In this module, we're really rolling up our sleeves and taking a deep dive into one of the main mechanisms of employee engagement by beginning to build your Unlock Your Genius blueprint for every distinct position you manage. This is a big module and it's packed with information. I could have broken it up over multiple weeks, but I made a conscious choice to instead put it in one module and have you work the blueprint over the rest of this program. But it's okay if you come back to this module multiple times to take it all in. And speaking of the blueprint, the real power here is not so much about the tool you're going to be building, but about the clarity using it creates from the top of the organization all the way down to the entry-level staff. In all, employees perform better and are far more engaged if they have 6 things. First, they must know what it is you want them to do. In other words, clearly understand your objectively measurable expectations. And as you know, we're covering that in this module. Second, they must be required to problem solve, and we're covering that in the next module. Third, they need to understand why what you want them to do matters to the organization, and we'll cover that in Module 4. Fourth, they must be given the tools and encouragement they need to do their work. In other words, effective feedback and constructive coaching, which we'll address in Phase 2. The fifth thing they must receive from you is to understand the consequences of unsuccessful performance or bad behavior, and we'll touch on that in this module. But it all stems from your expectations. Are you frustrated by the entire concept of setting employee expectations? It sounds so simple. Set expectations and see productivity soar. But how? Do you have a culture that lacks clarity and accountability? Do you dread being honest with your employees? What if you could understand exactly how to set expectations and, by the time you are finished with this program, be well on your way or even have it all done? And if you think you have a culture that lacks clarity and accountability, you may be surprised to learn it's probably not employee performance that is at the root of it. More than likely, it's a lack of clear expectations. And that's why the next thing we're going to tackle is clearly defining and then setting your expectations with each distinct position that reports to you. We need to do that work first before we can address the employees who are performing in those positions and the consequences of their unsuccessful performance or bad behavior. And if you've been intimidated by tackling performance issues with your employees, fearing that being honest will lead to confrontations and confusion, again, you're in the right place. This module is going to really make a difference for you. But fair warning, based on my past experience working with leaders and managers, this is the meatiest and most challenging module. However, although setting expectations is a lot of work initially, it's important for you to remember that it's a one-time job. Once done, you forever use this work. Before we jump in, I want to have you take in some statistics that can help you understand the nearly 70% lack of employee engagement. According to a recent Interact Harris poll, 63% of employees resent not being recognized for their achievements. 57% complained about managers failing to give clear directions. 52% were unhappy that their managers failed to make time to meet with them. 51% didn't like that their managers refused to even speak with them on a regular basis. 47% didn't like it when their managers took credit for others' ideas. And 39% were unhappy that their managers didn't offer feedback and coaching. And overwhelming research by Gallup has found that employees are the most discouraged when they don't have a clear sense of what their job entails. And that led Gallup to conclude that clarity of expectations was the most basic of employee needs and is vital to engagement. And that all too generic job description for the position just won't do the trick. You know the type of job description I'm talking about, the one that gives a vague sense of that employee's position and role in the organization, but falls short of actually describing the specific work to be done, and more importantly, just how to do it to achieve success in your eyes, the manager of that position. Employees want and need you to set clearly defined performance expectations. They also need to understand consequences. So why don't more managers do this? Is it that, like with a lot of management and HR practices, we make it sound more complicated than it needs to be? Or could confusion be to blame? How often do you tell yourself that the people around you tend to fail to meet your expectations? I'm here to tell you that assuming your direct reports understand what you want or need is a sure way to be disappointed. What we've got here is a failure to communicate. Have you ever heard a fellow manager say any of the following? James should know how to do that. He's been through training. Everyone knows that's not appropriate, don't they? Isn't that common sense? The rest of my team can do it without hand-holding. Why can't she? Unfortunately, far too many managers of people believe that a good employee should be able to handle ambiguity, deal with paradox, and motivate themselves. Just give them the mission and vision pep talk and let them hit the ground running, right? But employees can't succeed if they don't know what your expectations are, and you can't hold them accountable for expectations that haven't been set. How is an employee supposed to go from mission to mission accomplished without clearly defined and objectively measurable expectations? Most managers rise through the ranks because of technical expertise. But once you're a manager of people, instead of doing those tasks yourself, your job becomes creating a team of highly skilled technical experts. I'll teach you exactly how to do that later in the Make Yourself Irrelevant module. But for now, realize that your best success tool is going to be your expectations, where you're going to be clear and specific. As a manager of people, to create the positive, high-performing group of individuals I've described, you're going to have to start somewhere. If you only do one thing in this program, the work in this module will give you the most bang for your buck and will serve as a launching point for how you give feedback and coach anyone in every position you supervise. And that begs the question, just how do you do that? Well, don't worry if you don't know exactly how to do it yet, because we're going to walk through the process step by step in this module, as well as in the next two. And you'll have the opportunity to refine this even more and iterate your way to awesome once you start to work with your employees during this process. Successful expectations meet 5 criteria. They need to be clear and in writing, mutually agreed upon, reviewed on a regular basis, at least every 60 to 90 days, because we are in a dynamic business culture, goal-oriented, and most importantly, objectively measurable. And though it will feel complex at first, you have to go through complex to get to simple. Now, don't confuse simple with easy. Nothing about managing people is easy, but my process works if you work it. The first part of setting expectations is 3 parts over 9 steps. Part 1 is describing, Part 2 is measuring, and Part 3 is mindset. In describing, it's not qualifications like a degree or 3 years of experience that you're going to be thinking about. Instead, I mean expectations, the things you expect the person to accomplish and how you expect them to accomplish it. And do not look at the job description at this point. Just follow the steps. Measuring is more important than defining, but you wouldn't have anything to measure if you didn't first describe your expectations, so we have to get that done first. And without the mindset work, you won't get any farther in this program, because initially your gut reaction is going to be, if it hasn't already been, I don't have time to do this work. I know this because every single manager I've coached has initially reacted that way. But I'm asking you, please resist the reaction that's occurring. And I promise that everything will become easier if you just do the work that I'm going to lay out in this module. During this process, you'll be bringing your employees on board and making them part of it. As we go through the steps, I'll explain when you want to do this. It's going to depend on your exact set of circumstances because there's no one-size-fits-all solution. However, I'll give you clear criteria so that you understand when it will work best for you. Back in scheduling your way to success, you set your 2 30-minute expectation setting sessions every week throughout the rest of this program. The reason is because this is an evolving process, and it may take you the entire length of this program to get everything out of your head and onto the page, so you end up with what you consider to be a good working draft of your blueprint. Others of you may be happy with the first go-around. So, are you ready to get started? Good. You'll find the Manager Toolkit is helpful as you go through this program, and especially in this module. And going forward, you can find most of the information in the toolkit. Just check the table of contents prior to each module. I have a huge section on setting expectations. I'm trying to make your life as a manager of people easier as quickly as possible. So we're going to tackle this process step by step. Step 1, you've already done, I hope. It's when you scheduled the 2 recurring 30-minute blocks of time per week. I believe you've already done step 2 as well. That was last week when you determined who your most average performer was and picked that position as your starting point. If you manage a lot of distinct positions, you need a place to start this process. And for our purposes, picking your most average but successful employee is the best place to start. See, you've already started. Now make sure you follow each of the next steps during the time you've scheduled for setting expectations this week. The first few sessions may prove to be a time challenge, but it will get easier and go faster as you work it. Again, I promise. It's now your expectation setting time. Shut the door and don't answer the phone. And you'll want to come back to this video and find this point and cue it up. Take out a blank pad of paper and pen and open a Word document, or if you want to create a mind map, do that. Anything that works for you. You can use a software tool like Simple Mind. For step 3, we're going to describe successful. And to do that, you have to wipe out the picture in your head of that average employee in the position you've picked and put in a generic person. What? Yes, put a generic person in the position in your mind, because your current employee isn't part of this step. You can keep what makes them average in your mind, but we want to actually tackle their position at this time. We'll get back to addressing them personally in a later module. It may help if you pretend the position is vacant. On a side note, if you're brand new and don't yet know your staff and what they do, or you've been managing for a time but supervise positions where you've not been able to get a handle on what's being done, I suggest you turn your initial expectation setting session for each position into a brainstorming session with the people working in that job, because you need to understand the real work of the position before you can create expectations. Reserve a conference room and work on a whiteboard if necessary, or if they work remotely, get on Zoom together. Since you've removed the current employee in your mind, you're now free to imagine Johnny or Jennifer generic in that position, and we want them to be successful. Creating that baseline is critical to everything we do from here forward. And from here on out, when we say successful, we mean successful as only you, the manager of that position, can define that term. Let's be clear here. We're talking about successful, not exceptional. We'll discuss addressing your high performers once we get that benchmark set. A big pushback I get from managers I coach is over the concept of average as successful. It's like with the grade C and how that's come to mean not good enough instead of the average it's supposed to be. And what has that done to grades? Well, now a B is viewed as average. And that's not fair to either the average student who thinks they need that B to be average. And it's also not fair to the A and B students whose success is being devalued. Do you follow? The same goes for successful in the workplace. If a person can perform all of the requirements of the job and show up every day, they should be considered successful. That's the baseline. It's also not exceptional. Those that are successful shouldn't be telling themselves that showing up every day and doing the work makes them special. Yet at the same time, unsuccessful employees shouldn't be made to feel they have to go all the way from unsuccessful to exceptional to keep their jobs. Are you still with me? It's important to wrap your mind around this in order to be a fair manager and tap into employee engagement. Look at it this way. What if your entire workforce was successful, showing up every day and performing the requirements of their job? Wouldn't that be a good thing for your organization? Well, that's the place you want to aim for as we start this process. To describe successful and set those expectations, you'll list what attributes you need from Johnny or Jennifer in this particular position. What qualifications? What skills? What will make this person successful in your eyes? Another way to look at it is to ask yourself, what would you look for if you were hiring someone for that position because it was vacant? Write these ideas down as they come to you and don't worry about organizing anything yet. Start with a mind dump. Now I'm going to shift into some mindset work because I don't want you stalling out. Much of the time I spent brainstorming this product, I felt unclear and frustrated, like I was banging my head against the wall. I knew I wanted to create a revolutionary performance management program. In mapping it out, I asked myself, why would someone want to take my course? What was everybody else missing? What could I offer that no one else was? And I kept asking myself these questions and pushing myself to go beyond the obvious solutions. As challenging as it felt, I allowed myself to be in the process. I allowed my ideas to suck before they got better. Whether you're doing this alone or with your employees, allow yourself to work the process and embrace the suck. And a word of warning, it's never going to feel harder than it does right now. But the process gets easier with every pass at it. The important thing is to stick with it and finish what you started, even in those moments of doubt and despair when every cell of your body wants to give up. Because on the other side of that confusion is crystal clarity and a truly awesome expectations document. I promise you that. I'll tell you a secret. I've been coaching and training managers for years, and the ones who succeed are the ones who persist, who keep going when everyone else stops. This program is designed to help you keep going. If you get stuck on a particular exercise, don't stop. Instead, just keep going forward. What matters is that you get all your ideas for what would make a person in this position successful out of your head and onto the page, so you can organize them into different buckets. Once you see all of your ideas laid out and grouped into categories, you can start to see what works and what doesn't. You can take things out and shift them around. You can name and rename and watch new ideas emerge that you didn't even think of and wouldn't have if you just sat there staring at a blank sheet of paper. When you take a relaxed approach to the brainstorming process and get all your ideas out on the page, it encourages something called lateral thinking or indirect problem solving. And the key to lateral thinking is letting go of judgment. Letting go of the inner critic that's questioning or second-guessing everything. Simply do the brain dump of all your ideas about successful into the mind map or outline. Don't judge and analyze those ideas. Just get them out of your head and onto the page. You'll have a sense of what to cut, what to add, what to rearrange, and what to bring forward. Listen to that inner voice. Trust yourself and your expertise. Let go of the pressure and remember that done is better than perfect. Let me say that again because this one was a big one for me to wrap my head around and really get into my brain and into my practice. Done is better than perfect. Now we're ready for step 4, describing. where you're going to describe unsuccessful for this position. And I suggest you do this work alone. Think back to all the performance improvement discussions you've had with employees over the last few years. What kind of things have you found yourself telling these employees not to do? Write them down. Now, think about whether you've had things that are important to you, but you haven't discussed them. You may have implied them or just been uncomfortable discussing them. Write them down. This unsuccessful list is going to be used in two ways. First, it will help you craft your expectations. And second, it will help you recognize if the person in this position is off track or goes off track in the future when you start your one-on-one work. You can't discuss the consequences of unsuccessful performance if you can't objectively describe it in a way that a neutral third party would understand. And I'll get into that concept a little more in just a minute. Now, in step 5, you're going to describe exceptional for this position. And again, you'll do this alone. Take a few minutes to visualize your best employees. What do they do that makes them the best in your mind? Write those attributes down. What does their best work look like? How do they approach problems? How do they work with the team? Don't think in terms of how they do these things exceptionally. Think in terms of the actions themselves. You'll use this list in your one-on-ones in two ways. First, if you have an exceptional employee, it will help you recognize it. Second, if you have a successful employee who wants to be exceptional, you'll be ready to describe what that looks like. You'll easily be at your 30 minutes by now. So let's set this project aside until your next session this week. In session 2, pull out your 3 lists or mind maps of your successful, unsuccessful, and exceptional items and read through them. Again, think of this position being filled by Johnny or Jennifer generic. You want them to be successful, right? For step 6, you'll cross anything out that wouldn't apply to this particular position and add anything new that's occurred to you for each of those 3 lists. For step 7, you're going to create new versions of your 3 lists. I call them your must and must not lists for successful and exceptional performance, and you'll find them in your blueprint document. But before we put anything in the blueprint document, there's more work to do, because when you're setting performance expectations, how you frame them is critical. There's a huge difference between telling an employee what they should do versus telling them what they must do. There are a lot of things we should do in life, but let's face it, those shoulds rarely become actual accomplishments. But when something is a must, and I mean an absolute firm no ifs, ands, or buts must, either I'm going to find a way or I'm going to make the way, there's a much greater probability that the thing, no matter what it is, will be accomplished. The musts, what they must and must not do, are where I want you to craft the final version of your performance expectations. So again, for step 7, you're going to create new versions of your lists. First, label 2 columns must and must not. Rephrase your successful items and place them as musts in that column. Then rephrase the unsuccessful items as must not and place them under that column. When you're finished, rank the items on each list. Then look at each list and really be tough on yourself. Are these expectations truly for the successful employee and not the exceptional employee? If necessary, move an exceptional item off this page and onto your exceptional list. Now that you've done that work, take out that generic and probably worthless job description for this position and review it. Is there anything on it you could use to improve your must list? What about your must not list? If yes, well, add it. Now you have your baseline successful job expectations for this position. These must do and must not lists will apply to anyone working in this position in the future if you're managing that position. Now it's time to do the same thing with the items on your exceptional list. Turn the items into musts and must nots. Before we move on to measuring in step 8, I want to do a little more mindset work. For those of you in the minority who are overachievers and have pushed through this, please bear with me. Because after the first or even second session of time you've set aside to do this work, I know from past experience that a lot of you will still be struggling with making decisions about these expectations. If that's you, I'm reminding you now that the best thing you can do for yourself is let go of the idea of creating the perfect list and simply make a list. You need to get yourself into a success cycle during this program and work to keep yourself there. Guess what? You're going to positively manage your own performance in preparation to manage your employees. So create a list of expectations that feel okay for now, and then be open and curious to opportunities to improve them down the line. Whether that happens while you're in this program and you get new insight from working with these expectations with your employees, or whether your first list allows you to get started and gain momentum so you can discover the next level of your work later on, it doesn't matter. Just keep in mind that there's no such thing as a forever choice. By making decisions about your expectations today, you're not going to be locked down to that list in this program or later on. You're simply creating an evolving commitment to take action based on your initial work and to see where that leads you. Are you getting this? Good. Allow yourself to be in the process. This process. You'll get more clarity and momentum by doing than you could ever do from digging your heels in and waiting for the right answer, which may never come. Very few things have been birthed fully formed into the world. So please don't overthink this and fail to take action. Again, you're not supposed to have it all figured out yet. If you're a processor who has trouble making decisions, or if you're the type of person who has trouble making deadlines, I'm pushing you to change your life. If you push yourself here and now, it will have a domino effect on the rest of what you do in life. And I fully recognize I'm pushing a lot of you out of your comfort zone. But that's why you're here. Okay, we're ready to move on. Step 8, measuring. You must now decide how you're going to measure each of the items on both your successful and exceptional lists, because you can't have an expectation of someone if you can't both clearly describe what the expectation is and how you will measure it. If you can't measure it, how can you possibly rate the employee on how well they're doing it or have consequences for failing to meet the expectations? And again, based on past experience, most of you thought all the work you just finished was it. And right now, your knee-jerk reaction to hearing that there's more is no way. But please remember, your expectations work creates the foundation for all the great management you're going to do going forward in your career. Keep in mind, going forward for metrics, that you have to be specific and quantifiable with them so they can be explained to the employee. And you may have to continue thinking about measuring expectations as we go forward through other modules. And it may take you until you're in your one-on-one coaching before you finally land on just how you want to describe and measure some of your expectations. I know this seems like a whole lot of work, but remember, the list won't change unless you either change your expectations or change the duties of the job. As people move in and out of that position, you'll be able to sit down with them right from the start and review exactly what successful looks like to you, the manager of that position. That way, they'll never have to guess. The test will be, can an outside neutral third party read your final blueprint document for each of the positions you manage and understand the expectations described? Like I said earlier in the module, organizations pay out the big bucks when managers have failed to provide notice or didn't consistently apply the consequences. It's a neutral third party, whether a judge, jury, or arbitrator, who will be looking over what you've done. So this is where you start to get it done the right way. So let's get started. Ask yourself, what are the behaviors or practices that will lead to success? Or in the case of the successful employee, greater success. What day of the week do they need to do it? What time of day do they need to do it? How many times a day do they need to do it? What does it look like when they do it successfully? What does it look like when they do it unsuccessfully? What does it look like when they do it exceptionally? Success and failure aren't giant events. They come from all those little things. For example, success is returning a call promptly on the same business day. It's going through all the emails and answering the critical ones first thing in the morning. It's following up without prompting. These are actions you can explain and measure. The same goes for failure. An employee averaging 10 membership sales a week, when the expectation for success is 13, is performing unsuccessfully. So go through each item on your list and write out a description of what actions the employee would need to take in order to meet the item or fail to meet it. If you have a huge list, I realize this could take some time. And you may have to seek out other managers or your own supervisor to help you figure out how to word the final draft so each expectation passes the third-party test. Creating a blueprint for every position reporting to you gives you a platform from which to discuss their performance throughout the year, regardless of the performance rating system you're using. You'll also use this list to discuss the gaps when you have someone not meeting expectations. This is how you prepare to move into a performance improvement mode. As I've said, when it comes to setting expectations, it's equally important to discuss consequences for failure to meet the standards set, especially when introducing new expectations. Employees need to own their own behavior when it comes to both performance and conduct, and helping managers get addressing failed standards right is so important. I've written specialized books and programs to help you do it. Positively Managing Unsuccessful Employees, which I'll touch on in the last module of this program, addresses unsuccessful performance. Positively Managing Misconduct addresses bad behavior. And Positively Managing Attendance will transform how you look at addressing attendance. But what's important for you to know now, and I'm putting my former arbitrator hat on here, is that managers can get themselves and their organizations into trouble when they fail to put employees on notice about what they, as the manager of that position, expect from the employee when it comes to performance and behavior. The other problem point is when you fail to consistently and fairly apply your expectations or behavioral standards across your staff and with a single problem employee whenever the issue arises, as opposed to sporadically or inconsistently. When any of those things happen, it opens the door for organizations having to pay out those high 6 and 7 figures for settlements and lawsuits. And it typically boils down to a manager who failed either with proper notice or consistent application of policy or expectations. Don't be one of those managers. Get comfortable not only discussing what you expect, what it looks like, and how it will be measured, but also what the consequences will be for not meeting those expectations. And don't just talk the talk. Follow through in a fair and consistent manner. And that's such an important topic. You already know I've created a module on fair versus equal in this program. You'll also use your blueprint when you speak with those employees who let you know they'd like to strive for more, because consequences aren't just when it comes to bad things. Consequences can be positive. Think how impressed they'll be when you pull out your exceptional list for their position and begin that discussion. And speaking of exceptional employees, it's important to understand that they're not exceptional in a vacuum. And it's not an accident that they're exceptional. They have a vision for themselves and they perform the rituals necessary to be exceptional day in and day out. It's their choice to go above and beyond. This employee needs encouragement and stimulation to continue to set their own standards and their own bar higher than others. As a manager of people, it's critical that you don't take this person for granted or let them fall through the cracks or remain unrecognized. And after coaching leaders and managers for years, this is the point where I've learned I must beat that poor dead horse, or some of you will try to find a way to drop out of the process and rationalize why you can't do the work. And I love horses. I don't want to beat the poor dead horse, but I'm determined to help you take you and your employees to a whole new level of success. So take a breath and make those get started choices. And the difference between a get started choice and a forever choice is that a get started choice allows you to get into action and then change your choice if necessary based on the feedback you get. So it's easy to get stuck and say, I don't know, but that doesn't get you or your employees anywhere. They still have the problem that you can help them solve, and you aren't making an impact with your knowledge and expertise. A get started choice solves that problem by letting go of the attachment to making the right choice and just allowing yourself to make the best choice you can at this moment in time. Then you can always adjust if you need to. And don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. The truth is that it's impossible to make the right choice all the time because you can't predict the future and you can't know everything that's going to happen before it happens. So let go of trying to be perfect and trying to get everything right, and let's just make this happen. I promise you that even if you choose wrong, the benefit of getting moving is more valuable than hemming and hawing and dragging your feet or trying to get more info or trying to make the right choice, because even then, at the end of the day, you're still guessing. As they say, no plan survives contact with the enemy. Not that your employees are the enemy, but you get my point. You can't know for sure that you've got your expectations described correctly until you test them. So just pick something and let's move on. You've reached step 9, which means it's time to start using the Unlock Your Genius Blueprint, either the PDF version you've printed or the writable version online. Go to number 1 and list, in order of the things the person must do in order to be successful, your must lists and how the item will be measured. Next, do the same with your must not items at number 2. Then at number 3, you'll move to the exceptional level and list your musts. And be sure you explain the difference between doing it successfully and what change would be needed in order to make it exceptional in your book. And finally, at number 4, list your must nots to be exceptional items. The rest of the blueprint will be tackled in the following modules. Whew. This module was the big one. It's the one you'll either push through and change your career and the lives of your employees, or you'll stall out and go back to your old comfortable patterns. If you're pushing yourself through this very challenging work, please take a moment to recognize that it's a big deal. You'll start to notice throughout this program that I'm going to push you to balance getting stuff done with moving forward. And by learning it now, you'll be able to do it throughout your career, not just in this program. So try to avoid getting stuck on things you don't know or yet fully understand, and focus on what you do know so we can move forward. I honestly believe you'll find this approach will serve you well throughout your life, and that's why I am going to push you onward. If you're still resisting, and I know there are resistors out there, please repeat aloud the following. This work is tough and I love it. Did you say it out loud? Come on, do it. Good. Now say, this work is pushing me outside my comfort zone and I love it. Good. Now say, this work is going to change my life and I love it. Good. Great job. Next week, get ready to add to your blueprints when we tackle a new expectation for your employees in Phase 1, Module 3, the top secret performance maximizer, problem solving. I'm willing to bet I'm going to tell you things you have never heard before. Just a quick word about horses and determination. If in my late 50s, after being away from horses and competition for almost 40 years, I can grow a baby horse up and train him on my own to be a champion the first time someone else showed him, then I know together you and I can transform the way you manage performance in a way that will level up not only you, but your team and organization. And I am not afraid to make that claim. If each of us brings our best selves to this process, we can change the world. Are you with me? Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to Phase 1, Module 3, the top secret performance maximizer. You've now officially started the first part of your Unlock Your Genius blueprint, and after this module, you'll be adding a new expectation. How do you feel? Can you see how achievable it is for you to reach mission accomplished? But before we do that, I want to just touch on the expectations work that you've either done or not done yet, in case you're starting to spin out and maybe asking yourself, can I do all of this justice? What if it doesn't work? I want you to know that the thing most people don't realize about the best work of their life is that it's built on the back of their initial work. Take famous authors. Very few write their best work first. Most get better with each book. Yet it's that initial work where something really important is born, the start of their journey as an author. So don't stall yourself out here with unrealistic expectations for yourself. Just work the program step by step. Each step will build on the last, and you will iterate your way to awesome. Actions create momentum. So even if you're taking action that gives you clarity on what you don't want to do, you're building momentum toward what you do want to do. So in this training, you're going to continue to follow my proven step-by-step method. Now we'll get to today's topic, expecting your employees to problem solve. You can follow along using my manager toolkit. The tips you'll learn here can be found inside. When it comes to maximizing performance, it's easy to recognize your best and worst performers. The best performers you reward, and the worst ones you should be processing out of the organization using the steps and tools in Program 2 of the Positively Managing Method, Positively Managing Unsuccessful Employees. But it's those in-between employees who pose the biggest challenge for us. These employees are your inconsistent performers, effective at times and ineffective at other times. But they also have the greatest potential to become high performers. Your best approach with your inconsistent performers is to raise the bar and adopt a zero-tolerance policy toward employees who fail to seek out solutions to problems. Adversity shouldn't be the reason a person gives up. On the contrary, it should be a great stimulus. Failure provides useful information that eventually leads to the solution. For example, during the Apollo 13 space mission, a near disaster was transformed into a triumphant victory by an incredible team of people using the philosophy that failure was not an option. If you're not familiar with the story, Ron Howard directed a phenomenal movie version of the event, and I highly recommend watching it. But I digress. My point is, the word failure shouldn't be a negative one. Great achievers throughout history failed many times before they succeeded. Think of the stories surrounding the invention of the light bulb and the 10,000 failures that occurred before success was achieved. You need to add the phrase, "There is no failure, only feedback," to your toolbox. Because when it comes to performance management, mindset, both yours and your employees, is everything. Problem solving is a predominant pattern of behavior that's present in every high achiever, and in most cases, it's unconscious. But that doesn't mean you can't teach this behavior to all your employees and expect them to adopt it. Creative problem solving kicks in when solutions aren't readily available. How the brain processes solutions is changed when a person believes that every problem has a solution. For high performers, being solution-oriented is a part of their thinking pattern. Their brain becomes wired differently. With these employees, failure is simply not on the table. At one time, I was a successful labor mediator, and I diverted a strike that had already been scheduled to start on the Tuesday after Labor Day by the teachers' union. How did I do it? At our first mediation session, which happened to be on the Friday afternoon of Labor Day weekend, that's how sure the parties were that mediation wasn't going to work, I told the parties two things. Failure is not an option for me, and none of us are leaving this building without solving this problem, because with the brains in this room, a solution is already here. And if you walk out the door before I do, I'll go straight over there to those news cameras and tell them you quit on me. Now, I couldn't have really done that, but they didn't know that. The sticking point was over allocation of healthcare costs, something we all know is both an emotional hot button and a financial challenge. The parties and I literally worked around the clock, never leaving the building, and came to an agreement on Sunday evening. And luckily for me, no one had to call my bluff. The next week, the head of the teachers union for the entire state called me and asked that I explain exactly how I'd gotten the parties to an agreement, because they had been certain that there was no resolution possible. I explained that it was because I sincerely believed there's always a solution. And after that, I became one of the most requested mediators in the state. Don't assume that because your employees know how to do a job, that they also possess the necessary mindset to overcome obstacles. Instead of labeling your employees' mindset as good or bad, ask yourself whether it's solution-based. A solution-based mindset is active, with the focus on the goal. The opposite of that is a negatively passive mindset that's evidenced by statements like, I can't, or it can't be done. A negatively passive mindset creates barriers and self-imposed limitations. It blocks knowledge and prevents success. It also squelches ideas and shoots down initiative. Given the same set of circumstances, the solution-based mindset expands to think about possibility and opportunity. In the end, failure only occurs when a person fails to try or gives up. Asking a simple but powerful question will always lead an employee in the right direction of the goal anytime they're stuck. What's the solution? Teach your employees to ask themselves this question. And anytime one of your employees comes to you and states that something just can't be done, first respond by stating that you understand their initial reaction, but then ask them, if you had to move forward anyway, what would you do next? It's also important to understand that there are two types of failure. The first isn't really failure at all. Instead, it's hitting a wall after legitimate effort and heading off in a different direction in search of the solution. And you never want to punish or discourage this type of failure. The second type of failure is the more important one for you as a manager to recognize and address. Giving up when they see an obstacle. These passively negative employees need to learn that failure provides useful information that eventually leads to the solution. That's where you need to focus your time. It's important for you, as the manager, to be able to clearly differentiate between the kind of failure that's a normal part of achievement and failure that's the result of giving up. Judging an outcome alone can be misleading. Instead, you need to make an objective assessment of how much problem-solving effort your employee put into finding a solution. Every time they present you with an obstacle that's keeping them from reaching the goal you expect them to reach, do 3 things. First, request that they share specific details regarding their effort. Those unable to give you specific details gave up too early. In fact, your first red flag is the absence of specific detail in their explanations, because there can't be detail unless there was effort. Second, judge their actions, not their good intentions. Look at what they've actually done, not what they thought about doing or meant to do. Third, be on the lookout for blame. Most non-achievers believe that an obstacle or hardship cheated them and don't see the connection between their own efforts and persistence and overall success. They use blame and excuses, and this behavior must no longer be tolerated in your department or on your team. There's no perfect workplace that's free of obstacles. Anyone can shine when the road is clear, but we all know those employees who blame their lack of success on problems they couldn't control. But have you ever stopped to think about the fact that these employees are blaming their failures on the same obstacles that your high performers overcome every day? It's not the obstacle that determines someone's success or failure. Instead, it's the employee's response to that obstacle that determines the outcome. High achievers don't produce better results because they didn't run up against obstacles. High achievers produced better results because they responded more effectively. There will always be challenges. Ultimately, each employee is only as good as their ability to overcome them. Let's look at a sales force as an example. Even if this isn't your business, we all know that building sales is tough work. And we also know that the best salespeople are valuable commodities. Imagine a team that has a goal of increasing sales by 10% this quarter. If we add to the mix the challenge of having no advertising budget, we all know there'll be employees in our scenario who will throw up their hands and declare the goal unreasonable and impossible to achieve. The reason, the obstacle, no advertising budget. But step back and realize that the employees in our imagined scenario who threw up their hands will have put little or no effort into overcoming this obstacle. Instead, all of their effort goes into explaining their "I can't" position. In this same group, we'll also have those who just go to work and meet the goal. Not reaching the goal never occurred to them. They roll up their sleeves and they get to work seeking out creative ways to achieving the goal despite the obstacle. Ask yourself, which reaction is more effective for your organization? From here on out, in your department or on your team, once a goal has been clearly stated, your employees should be expected to find a way to achieve it. Just because an employee doesn't immediately know how, doesn't mean there isn't a way. Problem solving is now the key to their success. This is where your new zero tolerance policy comes into play. Now, I'm not saying you have to have an actual written policy on paper and approved by HR. I'm talking about a personal managerial policy you adopt and communicate to your direct reports. Any attempt to blame something or someone else must be shut down immediately. Your response from this day forward should be to tell your employees that you no longer accept any explanation that casts blame. Accountability can be the catalyst that causes your negatively passive, low achievers to abandon ineffective behavior and adopt a more constructive, solution-based behavior. The key is to be both prompt and consistent when addressing this new marker for substandard performance. In fact, it's the key to addressing all substandard performance. Otherwise, your position will be quickly interpreted as excellence is optional. The truth is, behavior is a personal choice. This means that effort is a choice. Trying despite failing is a choice. Therefore, after education and other positive steps have failed to bring about the necessary change, negative consequences must take over as a teacher. Employees who persist in refusing to seek out solutions to problems must be managed out of the organization. It is an unfortunate fact, but the only way to purge a destructive attitude from a department is to not accept the behavior from the employees who insist on keeping it. There is nothing personal in that. Such employees are terminating themselves. So now it's time to take out your expectations blueprint for each of the positions you manage. And as the top item on number 1 for successful, add problem solve as discussed. And when you put together your coaching and feedback plans later in the program, you'll be discussing with each of your employees what you learned in this module. You may even want to watch it again with them. So problem solving is now an expectation in your toolbox. Great job! See you next week in Phase 1, Module 4. Help them understand why what they do matters to the organization. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to Module 4. In order to create a high-performance work environment with highly engaged employees, they need to understand why what you want them to do matters to the organization. I've already explained that I believe there are 4 things employees need to be fully engaged. We've now worked our way through 2 of them, setting expectations and adding problem solving to that list. Before we can give them the tools and encouragement they need through feedback and coaching, we need to help them understand their place in the scheme of things. This sounds basic, but actually it's epic. In fact, this topic could easily be an entire program. If you ask most employees, they won't be able to tell you how or why what they do every day is tied to the goals of the organization. And this failure has a direct impact on engagement and productivity. Your employees are both your organization's biggest line item expense and, as I reminded you earlier, your most valuable asset. This means, especially if your organization is small or mid-sized, that your company's productivity and profitability depend on driving employee engagement. Managers within your organization need to effectively leverage the skills and abilities of your employees, especially when, in the case of the small or mid-sized organization, you can't compete with large companies in the areas of financial resources and physical infrastructure. You must find ways to be smarter, more productive, and more cohesive than your competitors. Studies have shown that only 7% of employees fully understand their organization's business goals and strategies and how what's expected of them will help achieve organizational business goals. But those same studies also indicate that organizations can dramatically increase both employee and business performance when they effectively set and closely tie individual employee goals to the organization's overall strategy. Goal setting is about taking business outcomes, which usually have a dollar sign next to them, and translating them into intangible and tangible things that employees can control and feel a sense of ownership over. Let me ask you now, do you understand your organization's goals, your departments, your teams? If not, you may have work to do with your supervisor to understand your place and your department's place in order to be able to describe them to your direct reports. This is an actual example taken from the healthcare industry. The CEO of a hospital had an annual goal of decreasing operating costs by $5 million. He asked his COO, "What can you do as my COO to help me meet this goal?" The COO replied, "One of our biggest costs is hospital-acquired illness, so I'll have directors implement things to try and decrease hospital-acquired illness this year by 10%. It may not save all $5 million, but it will help you get there." The COO then turned to the facilities director and said, "My annual goal is to decrease hospital-acquired illness by 10% this year. How can you help me?" The facilities director replied, "Implementing occupational health and safety programs in all departments will help you reach that goal, so that's what I'll do." He turned to all of his departments and gave him that directive. The cafeteria manager's interpretation of that directive was to update food handling procedures that year. As part of that, he directed the dishwashers to make sure all dishes were cleaned in water heated to a level that would kill bacteria. As you can see, this started off as a lofty economic goal that was then cascaded down through the organization into more specific goals where employees at each level of the organization felt a sense of ownership of the organization's annual goal. That real example was proven effective when the annual employee engagement survey was completed. The results demonstrated that the dishwashers had some of the highest levels of employee engagement in the entire organization. When they were asked about their job satisfaction, they shared that it was because they understood why their job was important. The surveyors could trace that satisfaction directly back to understanding their goal of reducing hospital-acquired illness. These employees also reported that they didn't think of themselves as dishwashers. Instead, they thought of themselves as healthcare providers. In the end, not only did they have clear goals, they understood the importance of the goals. All organizations should have written goals that are part of their business plan. These goals can describe what the organization intends to accomplish in terms of market share, growth, and profitability. Goals may be also set for internal measurement like expanding staff or boosting employee morale. So this is where creating a high-performance work environment really starts, with goal setting. Organizational goals cascaded down to all employees increase their motivation. Doing so gives employees something to strive for in their daily tasks. Most people strive to be successful, but having a specific standard that constitutes success will especially motivate them to strive for excellence. They also better understand their place in the organization's world. So when you discuss their expectations, you can tie their work to the organization's, as well as your department's or even their team goals. Many business goals can't be reached unless employees of all levels work together as a whole. This can improve group cohesion and collaboration when employees realize the goals will only be reached when teamwork is present. Including employees in the goal-setting process will increase their buy-in for the project and the organization as a whole. It tells them their input is valued and important and gives them a sense of ownership. Consequently, the goals are no longer only owned by management. They're now the goals of everyone in the organization. The best way for you to articulate your direct reports' goals to them, once you clearly understand them, is by using the SMART principle. Make sure they're specific, with no fuzzy or hidden meanings. Like your expectations, they need to be measurable, with numbers or survey results. It's important that they're achievable but challenging. Achievement will justify a celebration, but the challenge offers the stimulus of the possibility of failure. They need to be results-oriented and realistic. You need to have more than just a plan. They need to be aspirational. And finally, they must be time-focused. When will the defined results be achieved? SMART goals will enable your employees to gauge their progress, see how their efforts are having an impact, and assess how far they have yet to go to reach the goal. And once you've turned them into SMART goals, go to your blueprints. Add them to the goals section. The bottom line is that for organizations, managers, and employees to be successful, more emphasis needs to be placed on making sure that every employee and every manager knows what he or she needs to accomplish in the present and future and why it matters. And when employees understand both what needs to be done to succeed and why it's important to the organization, it's much easier for them to contribute. It's also tremendously easier for managers to do their jobs, to improve productivity, and to manage proactively, rather than waste their time stamping out small fires after the fact. Clear purpose tied to the organization's goals and visions helps everyone succeed. And bottom line, that's what we all want. Your homework this week is to make sure you understand how each position that you manage fits into your organization's overall scheme. You may be lucky enough to have an organization that has already set their vision, values, and goals. Your senior leadership may have already cascaded those goals down into departments, and your departments may have already translated and cascaded their departmental goals down into the various teams. If not, see if you can help that process by managing it up. Great work! Next week, we finish Phase 1 with Module 5, The Secret Behind Phenomenal Teams. Welcome back, positive managers. This week, we're going to look at the secret behind phenomenal teams. Although the main thrust of this program is focused on helping you, as a manager of people, work with your individual employees, team building is a critical element of being a great leader. And it's important that you set expectations for your team or teams, as well as the individuals who report to you. Before I launch into my team expectations tips, I want to remind you about making decisions and choices and staying in motion. In the next phase of this program, we're drilling down into providing feedback, coaching, addressing attitude, and responding to emotional reactions. And I want you ready to tackle those areas. So I can't have you stressing out, thinking about what you have or haven't yet done, and losing, or worse yet, never getting into momentum. Remember, we're focused on getting started choices here, not forever choices, because you can't make a forever choice until you have the experience of doing it and seeing how both you and your employees respond. That's the only way to know with certainty that you're on the right track. So let go of the need to know everything in advance. It's just not possible, and it's not going to help you here. In fact, it's going to get in the way of allowing you to access the intuition and possibility within you. And I guarantee you that whether you make the quote-unquote right decision doesn't matter, because the insight and clarity you gain through this process over the next 3 months together will lead you closer to the ultimate right thing than you've ever been before. And sometimes you need to spend a little bit of time on the wrong thing before you can get clarity on what the right thing is. So right or wrong, the important thing right now is to make clear get started choices and move forward so you can get the clarity that only comes through action. Setting expectations is a process where you make choices, test, then adjust and make new choices. And gradually you find your way to where you've nailed it. But in order to get there, you have to relax into the process and allow the process to be a process. If you try to cling too tightly to the outcome and get into the "are we there yet" mentality, it can actually slow you down and prevent you from reaching your destination. Take a deep breath and know that you're in good hands. I've developed a proven process to help you. And at the end of the day, if you're just getting started, you may have to try a few things out before you really find that sweet spot. Just know that each choice you make and each action you take brings you closer and closer to who you really are, what you really do, and how you serve. Just remember, it's okay if it's more vague and general at this point. However, this first version of your expectations can give you enough clarity to take action. And as we've seen, taking action gives you the feedback you need to fine-tune and iterate what you do. Now, let's look at teams. When I work with managers who have poorly functioning teams, I give them an exercise to do and tell them not to think of the individuals on their teams when they do it. I instruct them to list their must-have behaviors for their team. For example, it's important to me that meetings begin on time. Therefore, I would like every team member to come to our team meetings prepared and ready to start on time. Once the manager completes this homework, I incorporate their desires into a commitment sheet. For example, I am committed to my team. I am completely responsible for my success at work. I'm willing to examine my own accountability issues to achieve group success. I am accountable for the results I produce, even in unfair situations. I hold myself and my team to their commitments, irrespective of how it affects my personal and professional relationship with them. I demonstrate strong interpersonal skills when interacting with anyone who crosses my path, especially those on my team. I model the behaviors I want my team members to exhibit. I'm very skilled at the work I do, as demonstrated by my performance. I educate myself to upgrade skills and competencies on a regular basis without being told to do so. I recognize that we all have the same job: to make this organization better. I have a section on teams in the toolkit with this information, and you may want to refer to it as we go through the remainder of the module. I use the commitment sheets as a jumping off point for a discussion about team expectations. I then meet with the team away from the manager and pass out the commitment sheet. As we work through each item on the list, I encourage the team members to open up to me about whether they would have a problem with any of the items. If I'm working with a team that has members who have been especially stifled or demoralized by a manager and are fearful of sharing their opinions, I set a time to delve deeper into these items and meet one-on-one with each individual team member. I end the work when I have a commitment from each team member for every item on the list, and I have each team member sign their copy of the document. I don't believe you need a third-party facilitator to do this teamwork on your own team. You can introduce these commitment sheets in your one-on-one meetings with each of your team members and use them as a discussion for items to find out if that person has a problem with anything. Once you work through each individual team member and the list of items, then bring the list to a team meeting and get agreement among all your team members about holding themselves and each other to the items on the commitment sheet. And right now, I'm going to take a moment to share one of my own manager pet peeves. There's nothing worse than a manager who doesn't have the guts to address a performance problem individually. Changes to policy and practice that affect the entire department or a team are the types of announcements that you do give to everyone at a staff meeting. But complaints about performance or behavior that apply to a minority of the employees in the department or team are not the type of announcements made to the entire group. Not only does it demoralize your high performers, but it humiliates your problem employees and further decreases their performance or behavior. Now, I have another mindset issue that I want to address. The truth is that some of you may not get to mission accomplished during this program because once you start putting all of these pieces together, you may discover that you need to pivot because your blueprint needs adjustment. And that's completely okay. It's a natural part of the evolution process of positively managing performance. Just let go. Commit fully, but enjoy the ride. Know that whatever happens, you're still learning and growing. While the goal of mission accomplished is important, what's really important is the action you take and what you learn from taking those actions. You're developing the skills to become a super manager. Right now, you have a unique opportunity where you have all the support and this incredible content to just get this work done. As you do it, it will all start to feel so much easier, and you'll have the confidence and clarity that can only come from being in action. You'll have developed the skills and self-trust you need to continue to grow in your career and help your employees grow in ways you never could have imagined. And that's worth the price of admission. All you have to do is stay in the game. Keep watching one training at a time and taking one action at a time. Just focus your attention on the next step and do this one exercise at a time. Even though this is on top of everything else you're doing, you can do it. Remember, this is only 4 months. It's a 4-month sprint. So I recommend you shift your attention from what you can't do to what you can do. Shift your attention from excuses to intentions. Shift your attention from feeling overwhelmed by everything to what's the next video? What's the next action? If you want it, you can do it. If you commit, you can do it. If you seal the escape hatches, you will do it. What's next? Well, take a moment and celebrate that we've reached the end of phase 1. You've accomplished a lot so far. And with phase 1, the secret to getting what you want from your team in your rearview mirror, you're now moving into phase 2, high performance management. And the 4 modules that will further develop your toolkit with effective feedback, constructive coaching, addressing attitude, and equipping yourself to respond to your employees' emotional reactions. Now, go out there and start creating your team of superheroes. Welcome to phase 2, high performance management. You're going to crank your leadership to an 11. These 4 modules are your ticket to unlocking your team's hidden superpowers and cementing your reputation as a leader. We're going to dive into 2 powerhouse tools, feedback and coaching. You'll nail the difference, know when to whip each one out, and wield them like a ninja. These aren't just skills. They will be your secret sauce for smashing barriers, building trust, and sparking real connections with your team. You're going to create a vibe where your people feel safe to unleash their genius abilities. By the end of phase 2, you're going to have a team that is thriving in their sweet spot, and you will be leading from yours. This will be crafting a culture of excellence where everyone's potential pops off. You're already slaying, but let's push it higher. Module 9's up next, so let's go. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to Phase 2, Module 1, Effective Feedback. But first, I want to say, whoop, whoop, congratulations. Really great work so far. You've completed your expectations blueprint, and that's huge. Your expectations document is the foundation from which you'll manage your employees' performance, and you'll really understand just how much this work will impact your world very soon. In this module, I'll really be clarifying how to give positive yet constructive feedback because it's one of the most tried and true aspects of positively managing performance. Even though research makes it clear that employees value feedback, coaching, and career development among most other job aspects, many managers of people don't see these as critical to their role. In addition to not believing they have the time, many also lack the skill. Yet 70% of employee learning and development happens on the job rather than through formal training programs. If managers of people aren't supportive and actively involved, employee growth is stunted. So is engagement and retention. It's commonly understood that when feedback is included as part of a regular, ongoing performance discussion throughout the year, the employee, the manager, and the organization are all better off. Therefore, if you're going to positively manage performance, your employees must have clear, tangible, and timely behavioral feedback on what they need to do more of or less of to be successful, or even what they need to start or stop doing. Lucky for you, you've already done this work and have your must and must not lists in your blueprints ready to go. The following steps are what you use to prepare for each feedback conversation you intend to have with an employee. You'll be using this process before each of your one-on-one meetings. And don't forget to refer to my Manager Toolkit. There's an entire section on feedback. Step 1. Make sure you're giving feedback when the issue comes up. There's nothing worse than sitting in a meeting and hearing a laundry list of past transgressions extending back into time. If something happens and you don't address it on the spot, the message to the employee is that that behavior was okay. When they hear 3 months later that it wasn't, why should you be surprised if they have a negative reaction? The longer you let things go, the more negatively the employee will react. Plus, the longer you let things go, the more you as the manager will stew about them, increasing the odds that when you do deliver the feedback, you won't be able to do it in a neutral manner. Step 2, prepare, prepare, prepare. You need to start a feedback session centered, prepared, and organized. The absolute worst thing you can do is wing it. You need to have all your ducks in a row. Do your homework. If you have documents, organize and review them. Your assessments must be grounded in observations, data, and concrete examples. Set the conversation in an appropriate place. If your office isn't private, schedule a private conference room. If your office can be made private, be sure that you've blocked out the time on your calendar. Invest the time necessary to prepare to deliver the information. Your preparation won't stop the employee from reacting negatively, but it will certainly help you respond more calmly and effectively when the emotions arise. Look for more tips on dealing with emotional responses later in this program, where you'll be provided with tools to use as well. Step 3. It's important to never lose sight of something that studies have clearly determined is true. If you focus on an employee's weaknesses and give them time, attention, and training to develop those weaknesses, in 90% of the cases, at best, you'll develop one or more of those weaknesses into mediocre skills. But if you focus on the employee's strengths and make sure that they have the same time, attention, and training, you'll help that employee supercharge those strengths and increase performance by up to 36%. And 9 times out of 10, a person has a strength because they love doing that particular thing. Research by Gallup found that managers who received strength-based feedback showed a 12.5% greater level of productivity, and their business units showed 8.9% greater profitability. Conversely, emphasizing weaknesses is a performance killer, decreasing performance by up to 27%. Which result do you think will add the most value to your organization? So in step 3 of our feedback process, you need to decide whether you want to proceed with a strength-based filter on, one that addresses weaknesses, or both. Keep in mind that you can create a team that complements each other's strengths, so that one person's weakness is covered by another team member's strength. That's where you, as a manager, give your organization the most value. If you're lucky enough to be able to hire someone for your team, be sure to hire that person based on their strengths as well as any weakness deficits within your team. That way, your team is covering all your needs from a position of strength. However, if we should be focusing on strengths, should we simply ignore weaknesses? I believe there still is a place for discussing weaknesses, but this should not become the center of attention in performance and feedback discussions, as is too often the case. Where the employee is underperforming, clearly weaknesses will need to be discussed. However, it's important to be realistic about how far a weakness can be overcome. There are some things that people will simply never be good at, no matter how hard they try. So asking them to improve in these areas is likely to be a fruitless exercise and highly demotivating. Instead, in cases of underperformance, managers should think about whether the employee's role could be restructured to make better use of their strengths and to reallocate work to other better suited team members where possible. Step 4. The best feedback is given to help an employee be more successful and make a greater contribution to the organization. Before giving the feedback, your next step is to clarify your purpose. Ask yourself why you're giving the feedback. Is it to encourage continued performance, improve performance, correct performance, develop a new skill? Research suggests that the balance of positive praise to constructive feedback should be around 3-to-1. So, define as clearly as possible what the employee will gain by listening to your feedback. Write down a few of those reasons. For example, a statement like, "I need to share this with you because I want you to be successful here." It's rare to find an employee who doesn't want to be successful, and receiving ongoing feedback is critical for them. Step 5. Eliminate judgment. One reason giving feedback is tough is because we often don't give feedback. We make judgments. And we don't even realize that we've made a judgment when we're trying to provide helpful feedback. Judgments can be negative or positive. Here are a few examples. Judgment. You didn't prepare enough for that presentation. Feedback. There were details and statistics that were not included in your presentation. For example. Judgment. You're not carrying your weight on the team. Feedback. You have completed 3 case files this week. Your peers are completing an average of 6 case files per week. The standard is 5 files per week. Let's talk about how we can help you increase your numbers. Judgment. You did a great job today with the Jones complaint. Feedback. Your ideas for solving the Jones complaint were innovative and effective. You gave the customer several options, all of which were appropriate given the situation. It's human nature to form opinions, and you've been forming opinions about your direct reports since the minute you met. It can be tough to remain focused on the evidence and withhold judgment. Yet facts and evidence will always be more influential and positive when helping the employee see the impact of their behavior. If your goal is to mold and improve employee performance, leaving your judgments out of the conversation will help employees focus on their own behaviors rather than on what you think of them. Step 6. Take into consideration the employee's developmental stage. Are they a new hire or new to a task? moderately experienced, or a high performer. The less developed an employee is, the more frequently feedback is needed. Step 7. Tailor the message. Some people need lots of details and 1 to 2 examples. Others want a one-sentence statement of the issue. Some want time to think about feedback before responding. Others want to sit down and work through the issue on the spot. A highly experienced employee may need a challenge and respond best to something like, "That was a great result. Your step-by-step process on how to give feedback rather than presenting judgments was clear and understandable. I'd like you to consider developing a quick take training to share with other managers." Step 8. Prepare your own state of mind. Let's face it, no one likes to receive negative feedback. Think back to a time that you received negative information. How did it make you feel? It's important to prepare your own state of mind, not only to give the feedback, but to be empathetic about your employee's receipt of your feedback. Step 9. When the meeting starts, indicate to the employee that they have your undivided and uninterrupted attention. One way to do this is to actually turn off your phone or the ringer on your phone in front of them. The goal here is to diffuse the anticipated emotional reaction on the part of the employee so that you can both productively give and receive the feedback together and come up with ideas and actions to ensure the success. Step 10. Present what you experienced. Be as specific as you can in describing what you observed or the results of what you observed with your own eyes. Describe the impact of the individual's behavior. For example, you can say, "When you're late, others have to cover your phone," instead of, "Being late is inconsiderate." Another example might be, "I saw your presentation yesterday and I thought your facilitation skills were excellent. You were prepared, focused, engaging, and able to answer participants' questions." Step 11. Focus on the actions and behaviors, not the person. To reduce negative reactions, you need to use precise language with sufficient examples to support the feedback. Poorly crafted and delivered messages can trigger feelings of self-doubt, anger, shock, or resistance. Here's an actual graphic I created and used anytime I was going to have a difficult conversation with someone. I'd have it on the table where we were going to meet so that it was the first thing they saw. I even brought it to a whistleblowing meeting when I finally decided to report what I saw as my department director's unethical and illegal activities to the organization. I knew my boss, who was at the meeting, would try to turn my formal complaint into something that was about me not liking or respecting her. So I actually led with this graphic. Step 12, and this is a universal rule when it comes to dealing with people. Never start a question with why. Why is an accusation. It immediately puts the other person on the defensive. The best way to start a question is either with how or what. Those open-ended starts will be less likely to put the employee on the defensive and will get them talking a lot easier. How works especially well anytime you're presented with something that's a problem for you. For example, ask, "How do you see me accomplishing that?" in a neutral tone. It helps the other person see the bigger picture, and their explanation may even give you information you can use to help craft a solution. Another example is, "What led you to choose that particular approach?" instead of, "Why did you do it that way?" Step 13. Clearly present what you need. Define what you want. What's your desired outcome? Be specific. And be sure to talk through alternative solutions. Your employee needs to hear the message as kindly and empathetically as possible, but the message is the message. And it's important to remember that a difficult message doesn't have to come wrapped in a hard voice or tone. Make sure you deliver it thoughtfully and considerately. Step 14. Once you've presented your information and position, allow your direct report to vent his or her feelings about the feedback. You need to allow them to bleed off some of their emotional response. But don't let that venting go on for more than a minute or two. Make the employee feel respected by allowing him or her to share their reactions and emotions with you, but in a constructive way. I'll have more on this in our module on addressing employees' emotional responses to feedback. Step 15. Together, agree on a plan of action. In the end, this may mean setting a second meeting, allowing the employee to regroup and process the information. Addressing the emotional reaction shouldn't shortchange the other parts of an effective feedback conversation, including naming the issue clearly, offering examples, listening and hearing the other person out, and coming to a shared agreement on the next steps and actions. Step 16. This process doesn't end with the meeting. Be sure to follow up on any action steps agreed upon. Circle back periodically in your one-on-ones if necessary. And by all means, celebrate successes, progress, and achievement. Your employees need to know on a regular basis that there's no such thing as failure, only feedback. It's important for all organizations to create a high-performance culture where regular performance feedback discussions are the norm. And now you know how to do that. So, starting today, you can be significantly more effective as a manager of people and enjoy your job more by engaging in regular feedback and coaching conversations with your direct reports. But feedback is only one part of that equation. Coaching is the second important skill you need to master, and we'll tackle it next week. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to Module 2, where I'll teach you how coaching is different from feedback. After this module, you'll truly understand why you need both skills in your manager toolbox. And speaking of manager toolbox, your toolkit has the information you need in the section on coaching. There are two types of critical performance management conversations that need to occur. If you look at this diagram, you'll see the inner and outer circles. What do people need to accomplish? This is goal setting and review, the inner circle. You should be talking about goals all the time. It's your weekly operational meeting with your team. Are we on track to accomplish the stuff we need to accomplish? You've now captured how this fits each individual on your team in the goals section of your expectations document. There are also the second type of performance management conversations, the outer circle. Where should employees focus their developmental energy? How can they be more effective? What did they contribute at the end of the day? And we may have a case of performance improvement needed if someone has gone off into the weeds. These conversations are the feedback and coaching conversations, and each type serves a purpose. You learned in the feedback module that it's about letting your employees know what you want them to do more of, as well as those things they need to do less of or stop doing altogether. Coaching is a process that aims to improve performance through facilitation. There's a huge difference between teaching someone and helping them to learn. In coaching, the manager helps the employee figure out how to improve their own performance. Why should you coach? Because extremely talented people are hard to find and recruit. And if you're known as a manager who can help those people thrive, they'll not only gravitate to you, your organization will value you. Additionally, an organization can't be successful on the backs of the extremely talented alone. You need solid players just as you need stars, and they'll need a manager's help to build skills and deal with the changing realities of the marketplace. You need to coach in order to build employees' knowledge and skills, because unless you've been handed a staff that possess all of the knowledge and skills they'll ever need to do their jobs, some learning has to take place during the employment relationship. Your employees need coaching to help them meet their strategic objectives. They need someone who believes in their ability to succeed while providing helpful advice and support along the way. It's a powerful experience to create a resonant connection with another person, to help them achieve something they care about, and to become more of who they want to be. If there's anything an effective, resonant coaching conversation produces, it's positive energy. To rephrase what I said when we started, if business were a sport, your employees would be your competitive advantage, but they need a great coach. An effective coach helps others understand expectations of their work and to live up to those expectations. An effective coach helps employees believe they can attain their goals. And an effective coach expects employees to direct the improvement of their own performance. A lot of managers don't coach because they don't think they have all the answers. But if you can suspend judgment, let go of the need to fix everything yourself, say to an employee, "I don't understand," and constantly dig deeper, then you can coach. Because it's more about asking questions than providing answers. When coaches take an ask versus tell approach, it allows the employee to create their own solutions. When you help them go through the thought process to get to a resolution, they also own that solution. As a manager of people, you have a high level of expertise that you've used, and you're used to sharing it in a directive manner. This is fine when you're clarifying action steps for a project you're leading. But in a coaching conversation, it's essential to restrain your impulse to provide answers. Your path is not your employee's path. You succeed as a coach by helping your team members articulate their goals and challenges and find their own answers. This is how people clarify their priorities and devise strategies that resonate with what they care about most and that they'll be committed to putting into action. Coaching is not telling an employee what or how to do something. It's guiding them through a series of questions designed to help them reach a solution. It's as much about the coach as it is about the person being coached. A person who works with a coach increases their self-awareness and confidence, and in turn, does a better job. Open-ended questions, not answers, are the tools of coaching, and they're non-judgmental. Ask, don't tell. My best tip? Just like with feedback, don't ever start a coaching question with the word why because it's accusatory. Here are some examples of good open-ended questions. How can I help you? Can you tell me about that error? Walk me through your thought process. What other approaches might you take next time? How are your emotions influencing your perception of the situation? What do you think is the root of this problem? What have you tried so far? How has it worked? Is there anything in your way? What outcome would you like to see? What kind of support would help you accomplish it? What steps did you take to make that happen? Focus on moving forward positively. Often in a coaching conversation, the employee can get caught up in detailing their frustrations. Although it can provide temporary relief to vent, and you do need to let them vent a little bit to bleed off high emotion, it doesn't generate solutions. Take a moment to acknowledge your employees' frustrations, but then encourage them to voice ideas for moving past them. You might ask, which of the activities you mention offers the greatest potential for building your knowledge and adding value to the organization? If you had to move forward anyway, how would you do it? Could you schedule 2 hours of time for developmental activities each week in a recurring appointment? Are there skills or relationships that would increase your ability to meet your primary deliverables? For decades, Gallup researchers have also studied what type of coaching humans best respond to, and have concluded that, as I mentioned in the feedback module, building an employee's strengths is a far more effective approach than a fixation on weaknesses. When you focus on your direct report's strengths, or take a strength-based approach, as it's now called, your employees learn their roles more quickly, produce more and significantly better work, stay with your organization longer, and are more engaged. In fact, in their last study, Gallup found that 67% of those who reported that their manager focused on their strengths or positive characteristics were engaged, compared with 31% of employees who reported that their manager focused on their weaknesses. There are two philosophies that Seahawks coach Pete Carroll has shared that I want to share here with you. First, he said most coaches talk about mistakes people make, but his coaches first focus on how well the players have put forth effort. He also said, and I'm quoting here, "We're really disciplined as coaches to talk about what we want to see, the desired outcome, not what went wrong or what the mistake was. We don't think you have to emphasize what you did wrong, but rather, what's the next thing you can do right? We have to be disciplined about our language, so it's always about what we want to have happen." And the study by Gallup that I just cited supports Pete Carroll's approach to coaching, concluding that the most powerful benefit a manager of people can provide his or her employees is to place them in jobs that allow them to use the best of their natural talents, adding skills and knowledge to develop and apply their strengths, and then to focus on continuing to build those strengths. In addition to making sure you follow through on any commitments you've made to your employees in your coaching conversations, it's also useful to build in accountability. Doing so will increase the positive impact of coaching conversations and solidifies their rightful place as keys to organizational effectiveness. And employees don't resent accountability if it's done positively. In fact, engaged employees are more likely than their colleagues to say their manager helps them set work priorities and performance goals, and are also more likely to say that their manager holds them accountable for their performance. To these employees, accountability means that their manager treats all employees fairly and holds everyone to the same standards, allowing those with superior performance to shine. And I'll get more into the concept of fair versus equal in a later module. In conclusion, keep in mind that effective coaching is a powerful tool. Really take some time to understand the difference between feedback and coaching. Feedback is the what, and coaching is the helping them figure out how to do it better. Use the sample conversation starters I've provided to you and introduce effective feedback and coaching into your performance conversations on a regular basis. I know you'll see a difference in how your employees respond to you. Great job, everyone. Next week, you'll learn more about addressing attitude, and I believe what I tell you will be eye-opening. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to Module 3, where we'll take a deeper dive into employee attitude. And as with most modules, you can find information on this topic in my Manager Toolkit, where you can follow along. I'm certain you've described one or more of your employees as having an attitude, whether good or bad. We all have an attitude problem at times. When I worked in HR, it was common for managers to come in and say, "I've got this problem with one of my employees. They have a bad attitude, and I don't know how to help them change it. What do I do?" And that question is sincere, but it's misguided. So when a manager would come to me with their employee attitude problem, I'd ask them, "What's your employee doing that leads you to infer that they have a bad attitude? In other words, how can you tell?" It's important for you to understand that attitude, by definition, is a way of thinking or feeling that's reflected in behavior. And in order to communicate to an employee that what they're doing is unacceptable and has to change, you must be able to describe the unacceptable actions you're observing. It's those actions that are communicating to you that the employee is feeling something negative, or at least not constructive to the workplace. The most effective managers learn how to discuss employee performance in behavioral terms, rather than mentioning attitudes at all. Here are examples of various attitudes, both negative and positive, versus what it looks like as a behavior. Enthusiastic could translate into completing work ahead of schedule. Neglectful could translate into violating company policy. Laziness could translate into arriving to meetings late or unprepared. A person who's difficult to get along with could translate into a person who has a problem shouting at coworkers. Someone who shows initiative could translate into that they regularly complete requests before they're due. A service-oriented person would answer the phone within 3 rings every time. And a messy person could have trouble locating files when needed. So what does this sound like in a feedback conversation? In a conversation with an employee who has a quote-unquote bad attitude about changes to a new system, you may feel like starting the discussion, "You were really hard to get along with during that meeting. I don't appreciate the way you talk to me or the team." Unfortunately, this approach focuses on what you think the employee's attitude is, and it immediately puts that employee on the defensive. Instead, try starting the conversation by stating the behaviors you observed. It might sound like this. "I've noticed that you raised your voice during the meeting when we were talking about the system conversion. Since this conversation began with a behavioral observation, you leave room for the employee to respond without feeling quite as defensive." Often, managers will have a conversation with an employee without preparing ahead of time. But in those cases, the discussion often becomes a blame game or loses focus. By preparing ahead of time and focusing on behaviors, you increase the odds that the conversation will stay productive. When dealing with attitude, there are 4 steps. Focus on behavior, describe the impact of the behavior on you, the team, or customers, create a clear set of expectations, and task the employee with building a plan for improvement. Let's look at each one more closely. First, focus on behaviors. Share with the other person your observations about the behaviors that are concerning you, and don't make judgments. This keeps the employee more open and less defensive. Second, describe the impact of the behaviors. There's a problem or problems caused by that bad attitude. Once you frame it in terms of behavior, you can then go on to describe how that behavior is negatively impacting others. Clearly let the employee know how their behavior is impacting the work, the results, their success, and their relationships. Third, create a clear set of behavioral expectations. You need to create a clear picture of success for that employee by describing what that successful behavior looks like. And take the opportunity to review your expectations work in your blueprints to be sure you're describing them in terms of behaviors and not attitudes, now that you're clear on the difference and why it's important. Once you do that, spell out how those new behaviors will change the employee's results. And the more you involve the employee in visualizing success, the more responsibility they'll take for owning the new outcome. After all, it is their behavior. Finally, the most important step is to assign the employee the task of coming back to you with their own plan for improvement. There's a gap between where they are now and where you want them to be, and they need to figure out how to close that gap. All the rest is of little value if there isn't a plan for changing their behavior. By tasking them with coming back to you with a plan, they're more deeply invested in its ownership, and you, as their manager, can then let them know how you'll encourage and support that plan's success. Make sure to set a time to follow up on progress or lack of it. And most importantly, for success, make sure you praise the very first time you see any little change toward the successful new behavior. I've now laid the groundwork for you to take these new skills, abilities, and viewpoints and apply them both in your annual review process, but more importantly, in weekly one-on-ones. But what about dealing with your employees' emotional reactions to all of your new skills and viewpoints? We're going to address that next. Hey there, positive managers. You've now learned how to effectively give feedback and provide coaching. But what about the employee's reaction to the feedback? The fear of that reaction and how to handle it has stopped a great many managers of people from moving forward. In fact, the number one reason managers delay or completely abandon performance conversations is fear of how the employee will respond. Do you, like many managers of people, feel there's no way to adequately predict and prepare for an employee's response to feedback? The truth is, there is a predictable range of reactions, some of them even positive. Understanding these reactions and what to do if confronted by them will allow you to take on a challenging or potentially volatile performance issue more readily. The toolkit is going to be critical when it comes to this topic. It contains all of the information in this module, and you can use it like a script. There's nothing wrong with referring to notes or even reading your response. It shows you care enough to prepare. So right now I'm going to walk you through the most common emotional reactions employees have and give you a couple example responses from the tool. You'll hear me reading them, and you'll see what it sounds like to read something. And you'll know that it's meaningful to the employee to hear this information, even if you have to read it to them. And as you practice it and as time passes, you'll refer less and less to the script, but it will give you confidence. One of the most common emotional responses is crying. Hopefully you already know that as a manager of people, you need to have a box of Kleenex within arm's reach whenever you meet with someone in your office. The best way to deal with someone who cries is to not react, other than to calmly reach over, pick up the box of Kleenex and hand it to them, and continue on as if nothing is happening. Don't miss a beat. Making the employee feel worse for crying isn't the way to go, and getting off track from the point at hand to focus on the crying isn't the way to go either. If the person starts sobbing where they've passed the point of streaming tears, say something like, "I can see you're upset. I understand this is difficult for you. I know you want to be successful, and I want you to be so as well. But I need you to think about what I've said. Let's set up another meeting tomorrow morning after you've had time to process the information and come up with a path forward that we both agree on." There are going to be times when one of your employees reacts to feedback with anger. They may say something like, "It's not fair. I always knew you didn't like me, but this is unreasonable." Or, "I've been working so hard to meet all my deadlines, and this is what I get to hear." Or, "This wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting the promotion, and I think I deserve it." Or, "You don't treat me the same way you do everyone else in this department." Did any of those examples sound familiar? It's important for you as the manager to be prepared for this to happen and to know how to effectively handle it. It's human nature when someone becomes angry, either to back down or get angry yourself. But neither reaction is appropriate when you're giving feedback to one of your direct reports. And both of those reactions will put you in a place you don't want to be. Backing down and failing to confront the problem and come up with a solution leaves you in a worse place than before you started. And getting riled up or defensive and coming back at an angry employee will usually end in a costly confrontation. It also provides the employee with justification for their own unreasonable behavior because they can walk away thinking that they were right and believing you were out to get them. In a calm voice, you can review the information. Tell the employee, "I need to have this conversation with you, and the fact that you're angry is not going to change that." Or, "I can see that you are upset with this information. I would like to hear your opinion. Let's continue this discussion more calmly." When confronted with a yeller, it's important to remember that more than likely they're yelling because they want to be heard, and for whatever reason, they believe that you're not hearing them. Unfortunately, you still need to get your issue with them out and obtain their agreement to move forward. but they're caught up in their emotions. And though this started because they thought you weren't hearing them, they're now unable to hear you. You need them to get to a place of yes. And because this anger's root cause could be fear of what you're going to say, they're afraid of yes right now because it could open the door to having to face this reality. They could also fear saying yes because they'll lose autonomy and be painted into a corner. You can get to yes by getting them to say no. I know it sounds weird, but this technique is used with hostage negotiators. It confronts and offers protection at the same time. No-oriented questions allow them to say no in order to benefit you, and they're great to employ against a yeller. Ask them something like, "Do you want me to be unable to hear what you're saying?" Of course, the answer will be no. This can be followed quite nicely with, "When you yell like that, I feel disrespected. It's important for you to hear and understand what I'm saying. Are you able to let me continue because we have to have this conversation?" Another no-oriented question would be, "Do you not want us to resolve this?" Using this technique shows empathy and gets you to a yes by asking for a no. You can also try something like, "I need you to take a deep breath. Your behavior is not constructive, and I'm trying to help you succeed. You need to try to meet me halfway," if you think they can hear you. Or, "I need you to sit back down and lower your voice because yelling at me is not going to change the fact that we are going to have this conversation today." When it comes to anger and yelling, it's most important that you remain calm, whatever that takes. Otherwise, emotions can quickly escalate. The bottom line is to make sure that you tell the employee that you appreciate the fact they're having an emotional reaction, but that this is important information you're sharing right now. And it's important for both of you to discuss it without either of you resorting to raising your voice. Reiterate your good intentions. Let them know that you want to hear what they have to say, but that they need to articulate their views in a calm manner. And use a calm voice so that they can unknowingly mirror it. However, if at any point you feel either one of you is losing control to the point where the other will no longer be heard, stop the meeting immediately and reschedule. But be clear when you do that the issue isn't going away and will be discussed, along with plans to move forward. That way the employee doesn't leave thinking they were successful at using anger to derail or deflect the issue away. Our next type of reaction is from the argumentative employee, who will not acknowledge feedback in any way, shape, or form, and therefore will not improve their performance. It's not uncommon for chronic underperformers to become argumentative and behave in a defiant manner. This employee might say something like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't accept your feedback about that. That never happened. That's not how it happened. Who told you that?" If you find yourself wanting to take an argumentative stance in reaction to this type of response, such as raising your voice, instead say something like, "Let's review the examples I gave of areas where I see an opportunity for improvement." Or, "Let's reconnect tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock here in my office. At that time, you'll need to let me know if this is something you're willing to work on. If that's the case, great. We can work on some solutions and create written goals that will help you be successful. However, if this is something that you can't commit to, well, that's okay too, but it will lead us to talking about the consequences at that time." It's not productive to keep arguing about the issue. Intellectually, you know this, but if you don't prepare for it, you could find yourself caught up in an argument. The question becomes when to end the discussion. If you're prepared ahead and you're in a calm state before the meeting starts, and you've used some of the conversation management techniques, such as providing examples, and yet, regardless of what you say or how you say it, the employee won't acknowledge the performance issue, then you may need to call it. especially if you're starting to feel the conversation is going nowhere and possibly escalating emotionally. Our next type of response is from the employee who won't take responsibility. Most of us have had the experience of dealing with an individual who, regardless of the merit of your feedback and examples, won't acknowledge the issue. In these cases, your examples will most likely be countered with excuses and rationalization. Listen for the following types of employee responses. It's not my fault, blah, 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 caused me to, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what you're talking about. I do provide excellent customer service. I don't know where you're coming from. I think I am a team player. It's the rest of the team that has the problem. I don't know where you're coming from. It's not something I need to work on. You need to be prepared for the employee who has a reason or explanation for everything, when nothing is their fault and it's clear they're not going to immediately assume ownership of the situation. And you need the employee to accept ownership of the problem so that together you can come up with a solution. With this employee facing forward is the key. Begin your response by offering your expectations, what you want the individual to do moving forward, versus getting bogged down in examples of past performance, because with this person, that's a waste of time. Say something like, I'm going to give you some examples of what I'd like to see moving forward. I know this might be difficult for you to focus on, but the fact remains I need you to work productively with your peers. If the employee's behavior is a recurring pattern for them, you should prepare to address this tendency head-on. You might say something like, I've noticed every time we sit down to discuss your performance, you get upset, you get angry, you get defensive, fill in the blank. I have your best interest at heart. What can I do to help you receive feedback with more openness? And that leads us to our next type of reaction, defensiveness. It's a natural reaction for anyone to get defensive when you receive negative feedback. The defensive employee who's trying to deflect will be responding with answers like, you've misunderstood the situation. You've been misinformed. I can't help it. That's just the way I am. Your response should be, I see this as your responsibility. Let's talk about why you don't see it that way. The employee in the situation may acknowledge what you've said, but could also be implying that they can't or won't change. Prepare something like, I hear you, but the fact remains that I need you to work collaboratively with your peers. I agree that your territory is unique, but the fact remains that we still need to make the numbers each month. Another response could be, I agree that there have been a lot of changes around here, but I still need you to support those changes because this is the way we now process returned orders. It's all too common for managers to inherit an employee who has performance issues. While working in HR as a labor relations expert, I overheard the term turkey toss a lot. When dealing with this type of employee, it's important to tell yourself that you are now the person who's going to bite the bullet and address the issue. But I won't sugarcoat it. You're going to have a tough road ahead if you're dealing with a long-time turkey. But please don't let that deter you. Allowing the issue to continue because it was ignored or mishandled by others is not a reason to avoid a course correction now that the turkey belongs to you. Recognize this employee when they're saying something like, when Joe was my manager, he never brought this up as an issue. Or, I've been doing this job for 5 years and you're my second manager. I received glowing reviews about my performance in the past. Prepare with something like, well, I want to say up front that as your new manager, I'll likely have some different expectations from previous managers. Or, I know I've only been your manager for a month and that things may have been different when Jack was your manager, but I needed to let you know as soon as possible that I may have some different expectations of you. What's worse than inheriting a turkey and having to fix it? Letting a situation fester over time before biting the bullet. If you've now decided to be a better manager and start tackling issues, I'm proud of you. However, you need to recognize that you're going to get a little blowback for having let things slide until now. If this is you, expect your employees to feel a sense of disbelief and question your motives for raising long-term issues that you failed to broach in the past or in their performance evaluations. But that doesn't mean it's too late to start. You just need a plan. The employee might say something that sounds like, "Why haven't you brought this to my attention before?" You're going to have to prepare a response that may sound something like, "I know I should have brought this up before now. However, we can't go backwards. Starting from today, we're going to look at this issue in a whole new way." It's never too late to become a better manager. Next, let's take a look at the employee who doesn't want to be pinned down or commit. When you encounter this type of employee, you can hear the reluctance in their voice. You sense the required commitment and focus will not be put forth. More than likely, the reaction from this particular employee is not a surprise to you. In fact, it could be one of your main problems with this employee. Listen for the following types of responses. "Well, maybe. I'll see what I can do." "Okay, I'll try, but I can't make any promises." And the two you really need to catch. "All right, whatever you say." Fine. Neither of those signal agreement, as you know. Hopefully you already knew that you were going to get one of these responses from this employee before the meeting even started. If not, as with all feedback situations, you can pull out some of your example responses for this situation that you pre-prepared. They might include any of the following. "Your tone and response are telling me that you're not completely on board with what I've asked. To move ahead, I need you to be committed to this. Are you willing to agree that you will commit yourself to this 100%? Or, "I'd like to have you think about what we've discussed and whether it's something you can put the required effort toward developing. What I'm asking is not optional. I would like us to get back together at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning so we can discuss ideas that you have on how to move forward on this. I'll expect 2 or 3 specific suggestions from you tomorrow. Do you understand?" Or, "It's important for you to let me know now if this isn't something you can make a full commitment on. If that's the case, we'll need to talk about consequences." Our next situation is where we have an employee who challenges your authority. While it may be difficult to believe that someone might imply that there's nothing you can do to change their performance or move them out of the organization, the day will come when you'll come across one of these brazen employees who'll respond with body language, words, or a tone that implies something like, "You can't get rid of me. You're not really going to do anything. I can outlast anything you throw my way. I'm too valuable to this organization. What are you going to do? Fire me?" In this scenario, you're more likely dealing with the chronic underperformer or an employee with high skills but problematic behaviors who's unwilling to accept or act on the feedback. Your response needs to be something like, "I've outlined exactly what I need for you to be doing differently. If you choose not to agree, that's up to you. However, I do need to let you know the consequences. I can't have your performance continue as it is, and I'm going to have to talk with human resources about next steps." At this point, you should consider creating an exit plan for this individual because they're unlikely to change. By opening up their position, you'll be able to bring in someone who's both capable and willing to succeed in the role. You and your organization don't need employees with this attitude, no matter how well they perform. I'll address unsuccessful employees, and that includes this type and what to do with them in our final module. Not all emotional reactions are negative. You also need to be prepared to effectively respond to positive and neutral emotional reactions. It's important to not miss the opportunity to effectively respond when your employee reacts to your feedback by acknowledging it. Acknowledgement on the part of the employee indicates that he or she is open to feedback and interested in improving their skills or behavior. This means you can immediately begin exploring solutions and setting goals that will help your employee be successful. But you need to immediately recognize this type of response and not have your guard up so much that you fail to see the signs and cause this employee to shut down. Listen for the following types of responses. I know I need to work on that. I know that's one of the things I need to focus on. Oh, I was wondering when that was going to come up. In response, you can say something like, I'm hearing that you're willing and able to work on this issue. That's good news. The next step is to put our heads together and explore solutions in a timeline. Our next reaction is when the employee seems sincerely puzzled. This one is very delicate for you to handle because the employee isn't initially giving you a negative response, and this is an open mode. It's key for you to keep them in that open mode. In some cases, the employee won't understand what's being asked of them and will ask for examples to gain better understanding of the feedback they're receiving. The employee could say something like, I thought I was providing the right level of service to our clients. It's their tone and body language that will tell you they're puzzled but open rather than shut down or defensive. You can respond with something like, it sounds to me like it would be useful to go through some examples of what I mean by providing great customer service. This type of situation is the most critical when it comes to pre-preparation on the part of the manager. If you haven't done your homework and you don't have a concrete example of the issue, you'll find yourself sitting there with no credibility in front of your employee, and they'll shut down. Our next situation involves the employee who has a fear of failure or a lack of confidence. As you know, some employees are uncertain in their ability to succeed or are risk averse and afraid to fail. And most of us have the imposter syndrome. So if this is the root of the reaction you're getting, you need to be able to both recognize and address it. The tough thing about this situation is you may have to listen to both what's said and what's not being said. Based on how the employee has reacted to the feedback, you may sense that the employee is thinking, I know this is something I should be doing, but I'm not sure how. Or, I don't have the confidence to do this. Again, it's in that body language or tone of voice. Listen for the following types of employee responses. I know I should be sharing my knowledge at some of our conferences, but I can't seem to find the time to put together a presentation. This isn't really what they mean. They're afraid of presenting. Or, I just don't have the time required to mentor a new negotiator. This means they could be uncomfortable or lack confidence. And in both cases, if you latch on and go with, you do have the time, you'll miss the opportunity to diagnose the underlying problem and you'll make them defensive. Instead of focusing on what they said, respond with something like the following. I'm getting the sense that this is something you may be uncomfortable with. I'm asking you to do it anyway. You'll also have my help and support because I want you to succeed and I know you'll do a great job with it. Or, my sense is that you're not sure if you have the capability of doing this. I want to let you know that I have full confidence in you and I'm willing to help and support you. The bottom line is that you need to let the employee know that you're invested in helping them be successful. You want to be sure and plan out your next steps and solutions to get them from A to B. In conclusion, by focusing on good intentions, preparing with integrity, and calmly and effectively responding in the moment, you can be more confident going into any employee feedback situation. With that said, get ready for next week where we'll start putting all of this together in your one-on-ones. All right, you are now a legend. You crushed phase 1. You killed phase 2. Now you're ready to storm into phase 3. It's the moment you redefine what leadership means. This is where you don't just manage, you make every day a win. You're going to rewire how you connect with your team. We're going to bust some myths because you know what? Employees don't hate performance management. They hate lousy performance management. Your team wants clear expectations, fair evaluations, and real feedback paired with constructive coaching. You're going to deliver it through one-on-ones. That is the most valuable tool in your toolbox. And if you don't already know it by now, you are going to know it by phase 3's end. I will make you a convert because it will unlock your genius zone and restructure your week. If you already have one-on-ones, buckle up because I'm going to tell you some things you've never heard and take you to a new level. Then we're going to tackle the annual review, that soul-sucking ritual that everyone dreads. Managers rank it just below firing someone as the worst 2 things that they have to do. But here's the twist. I'm going to show you how to flip it into a positively managing powerhouse. It doesn't matter what your company's system is, my method will work. Then we're going to look at fair and how fair doesn't mean equal, because if you treat everyone equally, you will kill engagement. The next module is waiting, so you know what? I want you to go get it. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to Phase 3, Module 1. I call it One-on-Ones, the most valuable tool in your toolbox. You've made amazing progress and done a lot of work in the first 2 phases. Now it's time to really start putting it to work and iterating your way to awesome. You're going to be moving into continuous performance management, and you'll start seeing a visible improvement in employee engagement and productivity as a result. And that is a big deal. Overwhelming research indicates that conducting regular one-on-ones is the most effective way of positively improving and maintaining performance and engagement. It demonstrates a high level of trust and respect and creates a strong professional relationship. It increases job satisfaction for both you and your employees. And though these soft or intangible benefits are hard to measure, they're certainly well documented and valuable to your organization. And they go hand in hand with the easier to measure so-called hard benefits: lower turnover, lower recruiting costs, lower training costs, and less post-employment litigation. I firmly believe that holding weekly, structured one-on-one meetings with your direct reports is the most important thing you, as a manager of people, can do. Once you really dial into continuous performance management and start using your blueprint document, you may find that you need to reevaluate and adjust it. But this is where the employee will really be on board, partnering with you in their own performance management. And remember back in the pre-program phase when I said I would be referring to you as a manager of people? Well, that's deliberate because it reminds you what your first priority is. In fact, I believe in the concept of manager of people so strongly that I encourage organizations to place it as the first factor to be rated in every manager of people's list of performance expectations. This is especially true when it comes to so-called working managers. Even this type of manager needs to be a manager of people first because they're overseeing the organization's most important and valuable asset, its employees. And I have personal experience when it comes to the impact of working for a manager who didn't understand the value of an effective one-on-one meeting and wasn't interested in learning how to be more effective. I've already used my most horrible boss as an example of what not to do earlier in this program, but I've more to share here that's relevant. Most of us know that horrible managers can destroy the lives of those who report to them. We spend most of our waking time at work, and who you report to often sets the tone for what kind of environment you work in, and that trickles down to impact the rest of your life. My most toxic manager was a leader who was responsible for a major department within a very large organization. Her direct reports were all managers of people, and her first responsibility should have been how effectively she was managing her managers of people. And believe me, I understand the concept of managing up. And when I was hired and discovered I was reporting to a horrible boss, I quickly tried multiple ways to manage up with her. The first week I was on the job, in my first one-on-one, I brought a list of my ideas and aspirations and asked her what she saw me doing in this position. She was speechless. I'd caught her completely flat-footed, and she had no response to either my own list or my request for my job expectations from her. We agreed to cover both at our second one-on-one. The next week, she informed me that she wasn't ready to respond yet, and this went on for a month. Finally, she agreed to at least discuss my self-generated list of goals. Unfortunately for me, all she had to say about it was that I had a lot of soft goals. For example, our department had a toxic relationship with another vital department, and one of my goals was to build a bridge with key representatives within that department and visibly improve the working relationship between the two departments. No small task, right? My manager told me that she was removing that and all the other soft goals from my list because she didn't see the value in them. As for her expectations of me, other than telling me to read my totally useless and generic job description, and like most job descriptions, it literally had nothing to do with what went on in the department, I never received a single hint about what she expected from me the entire time I worked for her. Some of you will understand how difficult this made my job because you've experienced something similar. It's demoralizing. And when you combine it with micromanaging, as in my case, it's soul-crushing. Over the course of 2.5 years of one-on-ones, all she wanted from me was a rundown of what I was doing that week and what I planned on doing the next week. And this was also the same material we covered during her weekly all-manager meeting and again at our bi-monthly department meeting. In other words, the same useless material was covered at multiple meetings. Sound familiar? The best managers of people make a concerted effort to get to know their employees and help them feel comfortable talking about any subject. This creates a safe environment for the employee and a productive workplace where people feel comfortable enough to experiment, to challenge, to share information, and to support one another. Another benefit found in a safe environment at work is that team members give their manager and their organization the benefit of the doubt when times are tough or stress is high. And I understand that being a manager of people is challenging. I've done it myself, both successfully and, in one case, as I explained in the Buddy Boss section, not so well. However, let's be real here. You signed up for it. You agreed to do it. You may not have known what you were signing up for, but you're here, and it's your job. The question from today forward is, are you really cut out to be a manager of people? And I'll touch a little more on this in the last module when I discuss fish out of water. If you do want to be a manager of people, then you should learn to be the best possible one. And that's what all of my programs are designed to help you do. Now to one-on-ones, a critical communication tool for any manager. And great communication is the basis of any healthy relationship, including the one between an employee and his or her manager. Consistent communication, whether it occurs in person, over the phone, or electronically, is connected to higher engagement. Managers of people who hold regular meetings with their employees have employees who are almost 3 times as likely to be engaged as employees working for managers who don't. The best managers of people can make their employees feel genuinely cared about. These managers know how to motivate through caring. Those who aren't well suited for the job will likely be uncomfortable with this soft aspect of management. But to those of you squirming right now, I say, get over yourself. It's part of your job. Everyone has different successes and challenges both at and away from work. Knowing your employees are people first will allow you to accommodate your employees' uniqueness while managing toward high performance. And if you, like my horrible boss, think these soft skills and goals have no value for your organization, I'm going to be honest here and tell you that I don't think you should be a manager. For real. This profession is not the right fit for you, and you're not the right fit as a manager for your organization. Here's the truth. People who get the big bucks in the corporate world are paid to handle problems. You can't be an executive if you can't handle stress. You can't be a manager if you're too thin-skinned. The big bucks go to problem solvers, people who can handle it, people who can fix it, who can get it done. Problems will arise. That's a promise. So when you ask for a promotion, you're asking for problems. You're saying, hey, fill my desk with problems. I can handle it. I'm the person for the job. I can represent. New levels, new devils. The higher you go, the more you're going to have to confront problems every day. This is a turning point moment to realize this. Take it in, accept it, and move forward. And I'm here to help. As I've said, there's no doubt in my mind that the regularly scheduled one-on-one is the most powerful tool you can have in your toolkit. Yet, how many managers do you know with a standing weekly or bi-weekly one-on-one meeting with each of their direct reports on their schedules? So let's get into how to change that. And you'll find helpful information on constructing and conducting your one-on-ones in my Manager Toolkit. So be sure to check out the section addressing one-on-ones. To make the one-on-one meeting effective, it must be regularly scheduled. It should be rarely missed, and its primary focus must be on the employee and their performance. Notes should be taken by both the employee and the manager. However, the meeting should last no more than 30 minutes. Let's drill down. Generally, people who think one-on-ones are a bad idea have been the victims of poorly designed one-on-ones. The key is understanding that it's the employee's meeting, not the manager's. Create an agenda that both you and the employee can update during the week. Start and end on time. If you have to cover status, do it quickly and limit it to 5 minutes or less. It's much better to have your direct report submit a bulleted summary or a dashboard than waste precious time reviewing each project. The first 15 minutes is about your direct report, their work, their thoughts, their feelings, their actions, their concerns. They should be speaking and you listening. When you do speak, it should be for short clarification questions or paraphrasing. It may take time to get your employees comfortable doing this, but keep at it. The second 15 minutes is your opportunity to give feedback and coaching on issues that you think are important to this person. But the time should still involve more listening than talking. If the meeting is the other way around, then you need to check what you're doing. It is also where you start to use the manager multiplier effect process that you'll soon learn. The goal of the one-on-one is to maintain an ongoing dialogue with each employee about how what they do matters to the organization, what the organization, department, team, and employees' goals are, their performance expectation, and what resources the employee may need to meet those performance expectations. You also want to be providing effective feedback on the employee's progress and constructive coaching toward success. And be sure and discuss any training or development opportunities the employee is pursuing or needs to pursue. To prepare for your one-on-one, ask yourself a few questions. Have you reviewed your expectations list with this employee? If so, was it recently? Or could you both benefit from another review? Next, ask yourself what positive feedback can you give this employee? Are there any issues that you need to address? Next, what can you coach this employee on this week? What commitments did you make at your last one-on-one that you need to follow up on? What commitments did the employee make at your last one-on-one that you need to follow up on? What's currently on your plate that you can partner with the employee on that might be helpful to their development, and better yet, tap into their genius zone and ignite their passion? To make the most of your one-on-ones, shut the door, turn off the phone, and give them 100% of your attention. Tailor the meeting to the needs and style of each employee. Don't bring an accumulated to-do list and then use the one-on-one to unload it. Be a barrier remover, not a gatekeeper. I know you've heard it a million times, but it still bears repeating. Try to end the meeting on a positive note. You should always try to end every meeting in your life on a positive note, no matter what the subject is or with whom the meeting is with. Gallup has overwhelming human behavior statistics that show we remember the last thing done or said in any encounter. People walk away from meetings and tend to mull over or obsess over the last things done and said. Even in a tough negotiation, your chances of success will be better if you leave the meeting with a positive message. I've stressed that one of the main goals of the one-on-one is to really get to know your employees. I'm going to now walk you through a sample list of questions that will help you learn important information about your direct reports, as well as convey to them that they matter to you and the organization. One of the first questions to ask is, how do you like to receive feedback? This question allows you and the employee to shape a fundamental aspect of your interactions based on what the employee believes works best for them. Hopefully, over time, they'll be comfortable enough to ask you, how do you like to receive feedback? Other questions to ask include, how do you like to be communicated with, email or phone? How do you process difficult conversations? Either let's hash it out in the moment, or would you rather have time to process? Do you prefer to brainstorm alone or in a group? Paying attention to your employees' preferences helps to build a sense of caring that communicates who you are matters to me. The communication builder in the toolkit will help you capture this information. Another important question to ask is, what do you do on a regular basis that makes a difference here? The response will tell you if they see themselves as an integral part of the organization or team. If the employee finds it difficult to answer this question, let him or her know exactly how what they do fits in with the organization's mission. And one of the questions that employees probably wish they heard more often is, what work do you want to be doing here that you aren't? This question will get them thinking about any of their skill sets that are currently not being utilized or tapped into. And this question will tell you what your employees are most passionate about. And since passion is one of the main factors that drives individual high performance, you need to help them find a way to do the type of work that inspires them whenever possible. You can next ask them, what motivates you to succeed? This question will help you know how to motivate this person, and you'll never guess wrong about them again. Another question is, what's the best relationship you've ever had with a boss, and why did it work? This will let you know how that person likes to be managed, and what kind of relationship you can start to develop with them that will work well for both of you. It's about what management style they need, not what management style you want to use. It's your job to adapt to each of your direct reports. Also, ask them what additional or different resources would allow you to do your job even more effectively. See if you can find a way to provide what they need. You can then ask them, what do you need from me as your supervisor? An honest answer will only come once you've used the tools in this program and established a strong bond of trust. So you may need to ask this question several times a year to finally drill down and reach the truth. This information gathering is what your employee needs from you and will certainly be useful to you. But let's also look at what you need from them. Remember that set of expectations you created for each position? Now is when you're going to use it with the employee. It's time for them to help you turn your must-haves into their results. They'll accomplish this by working with you to craft daily action steps. What do I mean? Let's take a real-world example outside of work. A person who's overweight has very different daily action steps that they take compared to a person in peak physical condition. Those different action steps lead to completely different results. Metaphorically speaking, you're going to take your overweight employee and help them change their action steps in order to convert them into that peak condition employee. Success and failure aren't results that just pop up one day out of the blue. Each is the culmination of daily action steps over time that eventually result in either the success or failure of the actor. The failing or struggling employee started that failure back down the road. Daily steps led to the place they are today. The same goes for your star performers. You want to keep encouraging the daily action steps that your star performers are taking, while at the same time help your failing performers or underperformers craft action steps that will get them back on the path to success. And you'll dramatically increase the chances of both with weekly one-on-one meetings versus monthly, quarterly, or, God forbid, just the annual review of performance. For employees failing to meet your expectations, you want to refer to your expectations list, specifically your musts. Next, describe the behaviors or practices you've observed in the employee that you believe led to the failure. Then give the employee examples of what it would look like to meet your musts. And make sure you don't describe what someone else on your team is doing. That kills engagement and increases resentment and competition. Instead, describe what this particular employee could be doing that would be considered successful behavior by you. Finally, provide the employee with one or two examples of what exceeding expectations would look like to you. This serves to motivate them by showing them that you believe that not only can they turn things around, but you also believe they're fully capable of reaching excellence. Most people will rise to the occasion. When you want to add new musts to the already successful employee's plate, I recommend reviewing with them what you've seen them doing in the past that you consider successful. Then explain that you believe these successful past practices demonstrate why you're confident that they're fully capable of meeting your new musts. When it comes to ensuring that your employees achieve your must items, your weekly one-on-one will help you help them make continual course corrections. People want to be around people who believe in them. We do our best work when we know those around us want the best from us and believe we can achieve it. Your best employees are leaving the organization every night. What are they thinking? Do you really want them to be going out the door thinking they'd like to work somewhere else? We shouldn't be waiting until the exit interview to be asking our people, what will it take to keep you? Instead, we should be recruiting our employees on a regular basis. A lot of managers are afraid to ask the question because they're afraid of an answer like, I want a 20% raise, or, oh, I want a promotion. But you know what? That's okay. If that's their answer, then be honest and say, I can't deliver on that right now. But then follow up and ask them, what else do you need? Because I'm determined to find something that I can get my arms around, that I can influence, because I don't want to lose your talent. This works. It'll get their attention. If you then go on to ask that question, and what else is important to you, 3 different times, you'll end up with more than one thing that's in your control to change for that employee that will actually make a difference for them. When you set regularly scheduled one-on-ones, your employees will prepare for them. They'll also be relieved because they may be reluctant to share information or issues with the group in a team meeting because they're introverted, or they're behind or overwhelmed and they don't want the team to know, or they're dissatisfied with part of their current role, or their individual ideas or suggestions aren't fully formed, or they could be facing personal or work-related challenges. The privacy of a one-on-one with you will not only open doors to learn this valuable information, as I've said, it will build on their trust in you and between the two of you. However, not everything requires a meeting. Don't miss out on the on-the-spot opportunities to learn about what matters to your employees. When she says, "Whew, I'm glad that's done," ask her, what was it about that you didn't like? Or when he says, "Wow, I was so caught up in the project I lost track of time," ask him, what made it so intriguing and engaging to you? These hallway conversations can be critical to engagement, but most of the time these cues go right over a manager's head. And don't forget real-time, sincere, specific recognition and praise. It's critical for everyone to receive it. And if you're stuck for ideas, some great openers are, "You really made a difference by," and fill in the blank. "I'm impressed with," whatever. "You got my attention with," fill in the blank. "You're doing top quality work on," "You're right on the mark with," "One of the things I enjoy most about you is," "You can be proud of yourself for," "That was an effective way to," "We couldn't have done it without your," Of course, you have to fill in the dots. How do you measure the effectiveness of your one-on-ones? Well, look at your employees when the meeting's over. Are they walking out your door energetic, enthusiastic, and motivated? Or are their shoulders sagging, their eyes glazed, they're dragging themselves out of your office? I know my last manager didn't have to be a mind reader to see that she was sucking the soul right out of my body a little more every time we met. However, even though I've used her multiple times throughout this program as my "don't do this" example, it's important that I tell you, I no longer send negative thoughts her way because, as I said earlier in this program, her terrible managerial style is why this program exists today. Before we close, I'm going to take a minute to give those of you who manage on the shop floor or via the virtual realm a few tips for success. Because the one-on-one is a tool, it's not a physical location. You may be familiar with the concept of the daily stand-up or scrum meeting as a vehicle for team meetings. They're usually time-boxed to between 5 and 15 minutes and take place with participants standing up to remind people to keep the meeting short and to the point. Well, this type of meeting is equally effective for a one-on-one. So don't use the excuse that your employees work on the shop floor or out of a van to stop you from utilizing the one-on-one. The same goes for the virtual or telecommuting employee. Just because they work in another office, another location, state, or even country, it doesn't change what they need from you, and you should still be utilizing the weekly one-on-one. Apply the same rules, tips, and tricks, and you'll see all of your employees' engagement increase. If you've done the work I've laid out for you so far, I truly congratulate you. If not, before you proceed, you need to do it. I'm passionate about this because I know it will change both you and your employees' life at work in a positive way. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to Phase 3, Module 2, where we'll look at why annual performance reviews, as you know them, are a waste of time. Annual performance reviews are a necessary evil and everyone dreads them. Managers cite performance reviews as the second most hated task after firing someone. And study after study has found that employees not only dislike them, they don't get anything out of them either. Performance management, unless done well, is a source of great frustration for employees who don't clearly understand their goals or what's expected of them at work. Oftentimes, they feel disconnected from the bigger picture. And why worry about next year's goals when you don't even know what to expect from tomorrow or why any of it matters? Annual reviews feel forced and superficial. They make both you and the employee uncomfortable, and in most cases cause the employee to shut down in preparation of receiving the expected criticism. Worse yet, most employees only receive feedback once a year. In our fast-paced workplaces, we shouldn't have to wait an entire year to give or receive feedback. In a lot of cases, the annual performance review has been tied to salary increases or bonuses. This is problematic for several reasons. It makes the process overly sensitive, and a lot of managers will feel bad giving the employee an honestly negative review if it's going to keep them from getting a much-needed raise. And the fact that the employee depends on a raise makes them overly defensive going into the meeting and far less likely to take anything positive or constructive away from it. When I worked in HR, we had a regular phenomenon occur every spring after the annual performance reviews were turned in and the raises that were tied to those reviews had kicked in. Department directors would come in and ask HR for approval to fire an unsuccessful employee. Without fail, the HR representative would pull that employee's previous performance ratings and find that it was successful or, worse yet, exceptional. They'd ask the director what had happened since the review was written just a month or two earlier. The director would confess that nothing had happened. The person had been unsuccessfully performing for a year or more, but they felt they couldn't be honest because the person wouldn't get a raise. They failed to see the irony in the fact that they were comfortable firing the person, just not denying them a raise. And somehow it became HR's fault when they were informed that no termination approval could be given until they could document the unsuccessful performance issues. Managers using an annual system also tend to keep track of each time their employee messes up. Big mistakes, little indiscretions, and everything in between. You make a note of it and you file it away in your supervisor's folder, and at the end of the year you trot it out as all of this is valuable feedback. And by collecting issues for the annual review rather than tackling them head on, right in the moment when the unacceptable behavior occurs, the message is sent that this behavior is acceptable. And this is doubly demoralizing when you then turn around and hit the employee with it during the year-end review. It feels like a punch in the face. And failing to note the problem in the moment can also demoralize the entire team who has been witnessing this unaddressed substandard performance over the course of the year. Or worse yet, you don't document anything, and a few weeks before the review is due, you'll start scrambling to document items and forget all the great things the employee may have accomplished the rest of the year. Both types of unbalanced documentation are counterproductive and soul-crushing. These manager behaviors are employee engagement killers. When you only conduct performance reviews annually, you also aren't able to develop the necessary skills needed to provide effective feedback. When it's time to do it and the feedback is negative, both parties suffer. As a result, unskilled managers avoid giving honest feedback altogether. And don't even get me started on the manager who, 2 weeks before the review period, asks their employees to provide them with a list of measurable goals and performance expectations that they've met over the year. Most of the time, the employee was never presented with anything from the manager at the start of the year or when they were hired. Yet they're now required to create a detailed self-rating and a list of accomplishments and failures. Or better yet, asked to fill out their own performance appraisal 2 days before it's due. Please tell me that you've never done those things. Gallup found that employees whose managers excel at performance management activities are more engaged than employees whose managers struggle with that same task. When performance management is done well, employees become more productive, profitable, and creative contributors. Great managers don't just tell employees what's expected and leave it at that. They clarify expectations and provide ongoing feedback and coaching to track progress. The key is not to save those critical conversations for once-a-year performance reviews. Instead, provide ongoing, year-round performance management that catches employees who go off track in real time and stimulates employee engagement on a regular basis. In the meantime, I fully realize that if your organization has a performance management system with an annual review, you're going to be required to use it. Don't worry, in the next module, I'll show you how to get the most out of it so you can make the process painless for all but the most unsuccessful of your employees. Hey there, positive managers! Welcome to Module 3, where I'll show you how to turn the necessary evil that's the annual performance review into a positively managing tool, regardless of the system your organization uses. Great performance evaluations have 3 things in common. They contain no surprises, they're employee-driven, and they focus ahead. If you can find a way to incorporate these 3 guidelines into whatever system your organization uses, you'll give both yourself and your employees a more positive experience and increase the engagement of your team. Let's look at each element individually. Eliminating surprises is the most critical element. How do you do this? Follow this rule. If it wasn't previously discussed with the employee, it's not in the annual review. Even success can't be a year-end surprise. Let's drill down. Before you consider your annual evaluation of the employee ready to go, ask yourself whether every single issue mentioned has been previously discussed with the employee. The annual review should only be a summary of the previous discussions you've had with the employee over the rating period. This is not the time to solve the employee's performance issues. Those should have been addressed over time and may still need to be worked on. Problems and concerns should have been addressed as soon as they occurred. This annual review meeting is just to cover how it all turned out. And if the problem was previously discussed and resolved, it should be the effective resolution, not the problem that's noted in the review. Otherwise, you're causing the employee to take a second hit for something they resolved, and that is a big engagement killer. Sounds simple, right? Well, it's not, and few managers accomplish it, even with the best of intentions. But you can do this. And like I said, even success can't be a year-end surprise. Whenever an employee demonstrates success, you should recognize it at the time it occurs. Trust is enhanced when specific feedback is a regular part of the work environment. Following this rule should lead to a more positive year-end discussion, which leads to the second guideline, that the discussion is employee-driven. The employee should spend at least as much time talking during the annual review as you, the manager, does. Make sure you've provided your evaluation to the employee enough ahead of time to allow them to process it. Never, ever give it to them cold in the meeting. Allowing the employee to see the review prior to the meeting will give them time to put thought into their response, and their response will give you a great sense of how they perceive themselves. During the meeting itself, rather than review the document with the employee, ask them for their feedback on the document. Only after the employee has shared his or her perspective should you share your opinions about the employee's performance. By using this approach, you'll discover that the employee will often highlight all of the issues you were planning to discuss. However, since the information came from the employee instead of you, he or she will feel an increased sense of ownership in that information. And regardless of the form you're both required to use, ask the employee the following questions ahead of time and have them arrive with the answers. What were your top 3 accomplishments this past year? What were your top 3 challenges this past year? What new challenges or goals would you like to pursue this next year? What can the organization or I do to support you in the future? Discussing the answers to these questions will allow the employee to elaborate on their year and really help you to understand if you've been successful in managing them over the review period. You need to do a lot of listening and keep asking leading questions to really get the employee to open up before moving on to the next question. And that will lead the discussion toward the upcoming year, which is the third guideline. Recapping the highlights of an employee's performance is fine, but the most valuable time is spent talking about the future. Use a good portion of the meeting to plan future performance goals, to clarify expectations, and to create a sense of excitement about what lies ahead. Once your employees have experienced an annual review built around these 3 guidelines, all but the most unsuccessful will no longer dread them, and this goes for you as well. How you manage performance determines the success of your organization. So I've now helped you get the most out of your performance review system. However, weekly one-on-ones are at the heart of good management and are where you'll really use the tips and tools you're learning so that you can create a high-performance work environment with successful and engaged employees. If you master the one-on-one, you're well on your way to becoming a highly effective, positive manager of people. So get ready for next week, where I'll discuss why you may be unknowingly killing employee engagement by just trying to be fair. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to Module 4. Far too many of you make the mistake of thinking that being fair to your employees means that you have to treat everyone equally. But that assumption is so far off the mark that I felt I needed to address it as a separate topic. I want you to get over being afraid that treating your employees differently means you're going to be treating them unfairly. Let me put it this way. What if we treated our children equally instead of fairly? Does a 6-year-old have the same bedtime as a 17-year-old? Well, obviously no. And most people appreciate that it makes sense to treat children fairly, but would be a mistake to treat them equally, and to apply the same rules regardless of their ages. It's when we translate this easily understood concept into the workplace, however, that we find ourselves stumbling into failure. You may be a genuinely caring manager who wants to accommodate the individuals on your team, but you're wary of being taken advantage of and opening the floodgates to special requests. Or you're afraid to appear like you're playing favorites. However, you need to understand that your ability to fairly and deftly manage the various needs of individual employees will leave your employees feeling valued, and valued employees are engaged employees. When you abandon fairness in pursuit of equality, something happens to people's willingness to give you their all or to go that extra mile. Going the extra mile, parting with what's known as discretionary effort, is a conscious decision on the part of each employee every day. When someone makes that decision, it distinguishes him or her from others. However, if that effort is rewarded in an undistinguished manner, with equality rather than fairness, that person finds it hard to sustain discretionary effort. You can set different expectations for each of the employees on your team. The key is making sure that everyone on your team knows what the expectations are, why the expectations are different, and that everyone will be held to their expectations equally. That's fair. And that type of fair improves morale because everyone understands the rules and norms of the workplace and everyone else's expectations and holds themselves and each other accountable to them. Trust builds in that space. But does that mean you can accommodate every request and every preference? No, of course not. For example, when you have an open plan office, you can't change the noise level in the room for someone who prefers to work quietly. However, you can agree to norms of behavior that will allow people to carve out some space for their own preference. For example, allowing an employee to wear headphones to communicate to everyone around them that they're focusing on work and prefer not to be disrupted is a terrific way to be fair to that employee's needs. Or allowing your team to use a shared calendar to indicate do not disturb times. Both ways are ways that you can preserve individual preferences while maintaining the unity of your workspace. One of the more common areas of concern revolves around employees' start times. Should a person assigned to the customer service window who needs to be ready and in place when the doors open at 8 have the same start time expectation of a person who works in an office and has no contact with anyone? I've had managers who have answered that question with both yes and no. The one who thought everyone should be in their seats at 8 a.m. sharp also adhered to that your butt in the chair for 8 hours is more important than your overall contribution to the team attitude. And I'm being honest here when I tell you that I resented both of those philosophies every single day I worked for her. As I've said at the start, You can set different expectations for each of your employees on your team. What's more important is that everyone on your team knows what the expectations are, why the expectations are different, and that everyone will be held to their expectations equally. The same is true for sanctions or punishment. Punishment may be an effective corrective device for adults, but it's foolhardy and lazy to generally spray everyone in your group with the same sanctions when not everyone is guilty of the infraction being dealt with. Never call a staff meeting to share something negative that only one or two people on your team is doing. That's a sure way to kill your team's engagement. Instead, address it with those guilty individuals in their one-on-ones. Another example of applying something to an entire group and killing engagement is when it comes to the across-the-board annual raise. This may be an organizational problem and out of your control, but you can certainly share it up the food chain. A 3% across-the-board salary increase for everyone on your team isn't fair unless you've observed an across-the-board improvement in performance. A reward system based on the notion that distinguished performance merits distinguished reward is what's truly fair. People understand it when it's explained, and it increases engagement and gives people incentive to work for it. It's also important to understand that fair treatment doesn't mean equal treatment when it comes to recognition. Take John and Jeff. John enjoys public recognition and places value on being recognized in front of the team. Whereas Jeff has social anxiety, and I understand this one personally, and would find public recognition torture, but greatly appreciates receiving his kudos one-on-one. Recognizing them equally would either deny John his enjoyment or torture Jeff. Knowing this about each of them and acting accordingly will make them both feel valued. And don't make the mistake of thinking that because you'd be touched and feel highly valued if your supervisor gave you a handwritten thank you note, that the same goes with everyone on your team. This is where knowing them as individuals is key. With John and Jeff again as our examples, by knowing each of their preferences, you'd recognize that giving either of them a handwritten thank you note as their recognition, rather than satisfying their individual needs, would leave both feeling disappointed and undervalued. Like Thomas Jefferson famously said, nothing demotivates people like the equal treatment of unequals. And though he wasn't referring to treating employees fairly rather than equally, it still applies. For example, when you have an underachiever on your team and treat him the same as your most productive employee, you kill the soul of that productive employee and ensure that the underachiever will continue to underperform. And again, I'm speaking from personal experience when I say to you that your job as a manager of people is to inspire maximum effort from your team, not to teach each of your star performers that their effort is wasted on you. I've seen far too many managers withhold recognition because they were afraid that treating their employees individually, yet fairly, would lead to the plain favorites label. And you know what? It's a real shame. So I'm asking you to ask yourself whether treating all of your employees the same is the best way to lead your team. I truly hope I've helped you see that the answer is no, and that I've given you some good ideas about how to go about changing how you practice fairness as a manager. So I'll see you next in phase 4, where you'll learn all about performance duplication using my manager multiplier effect process. You are now what I call an absolute superstar because you have made it through to almost the end of my Positively Managing Performance program. You've reached phase 4, and this one, you will not have heard anything like this. You're going to make yourself irrelevant with my manager multiplier effect. It's a process that will set your career on fire because you know what? Before you were a manager, you were a rock star. But you have to duplicate that rock star performance across your team. It's not delegation. It's delegation on rocket fuel. You're going to grow your team. You're going to hand off stuff you may love or rock with, but it's going to free you to shine even brighter in the leadership role. By the end, you're going to multiply your impact across your team, boost everyone's game, and make yourself indispensable to senior leadership. This will be such a win if you take it in and do it. So let's finish with fireworks. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to the module that will really start freeing you up to work more in your genius zone. But first, let's take a moment to say, woot, 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 woot. You've made it to phase 4. You're in the home stretch. This is where you'll learn about taking your career to the next level. You may not actually partner up during this program, but you'll certainly understand how to do it and be on the lookout for the right opportunities. And I don't want you to confuse what I'm about to cover with the typical concept of delegation, which usually involves a manager just sliding work they don't want to do off their plates onto someone else's. My process goes so far beyond that type of delegation that in order to differentiate it, I coined and trademarked the term manager multiplier effect, or MME for short. You may have heard of the multiplier effect when it comes to economics, when one person's spending becomes someone else's income, and some of the second person's income is subsequently spent. The multiplier effect has occurred. I've taken that concept and applied it to managing people. The result is a simple to follow process, and by the time you're through with this module, my goal is that you'll understand just how valuable my MME process is, and you'll never think of delegation in the same way again. In fact, rather than envisioning the practice of delegation, from this point forward, I'd like you to think instead of the concept of duplicating performance. I look at my MME process as the pot at the end of the rainbow for an organization. That's because organizations know how difficult it is to even find a highly skilled employee. Once found, the hiring process and organizational acclimation are both costly and time-consuming. By promoting a technically skilled employee to manager, much like your organization may have done with you, they're placing a bet on that decision, that if they give you more money and responsibility, you'll in turn be able to replicate your technical success into a team of high-performance individuals. In other words, they're banking on your ability to essentially clone yourself so that you can accomplish the goals of the organization through other people. For example, if you're a high-performing salesperson promoted to sales manager, your new job is not to grow sales. It's to grow salespeople, who will then grow more sales than you ever could have alone. But the biggest problem with that bet the organization made is that, like most customers in a casino, organizations lose more than they win. That's because effective performance duplication is difficult for managers to master, and it's a lot of work. So I'm going to take a minute to really drive home why you need to do this additional work. The payoff is huge for you, for your employees, for your organization, and for your customers. Performance duplication improves the organization's overall skill set. It aids in employee retention. It up-levels succession and strategic planning. And most importantly, it ignites employee engagement. When a manager is successful with performance duplication within their team, it elevates overall organizational performance in 3 ways. First, when managers of people succeed at knowledge transfer, in other words, when they successfully replicate their knowledge, skills, attitudes, and behavior into those who report to them, the organization gets an entire team performing at higher levels. Second, the organization now has a manager who has bandwidth to take on higher level strategic activities and make an even greater impact on organizational performance. Third, having managers capable of performance duplication makes economic sense. Let's crunch some numbers. Say you have a $250 an hour director who has 3 managers underneath her, each with their own talents and strengths, earning $100 per hour. If the director successfully partners with her managers to transfer some of the strategic work that's on her plate to her management team, Instead of paying $250 an hour for her to do that work, the organization now pays $100 an hour, and the managers will in turn acquire higher level skills. The director will also free up bandwidth to stretch herself and focus on the organization's vision. Now, if that director's managers partner with their direct reports, who make $50 an hour, to do some of her managerial level work, it spreads that manager's skills and abilities down into the next level. So the organization is now paying $50 rather than $100 an hour for that managerial level work. But there's even more to it than saving the organization money. Additionally, those employees are now able to grow with their stretch assignments. The stretch assignment, regardless of the level of the employee stretching, is a team effort. Both the manager and the subordinate are working to ensure the new growth assignment is successfully completed. This process will also exponentially increase employee engagement. Do you see why I'm saying that this is not delegation as you've known it? But like I said, effective performance duplication is a lot of work, and managers who try it usually become discouraged because they run into problems. There are 5 fatal flaws that prevent proper performance duplication from happening. Misunderstanding your role, assuming it comes naturally, thinking you don't have time to do it, micromanaging, and not having a delegation plan. Let's drill down. When the manager misunderstands their role, they view their promotion as a reward for past performance instead of an effort by the organization to obtain performance duplication. Not only does the manager fail to understand the concept of performance duplication, they look at delegation as a reward to their employees. As a result, after transferring a project that they don't want to do off their own plate and onto their subordinates, they mistakenly believe their employees will single-handedly rise to the challenge on their own. And when that employee inevitably fails, this manager labels that failure as a performance problem of the employees. They have no idea that the failure is a team failure, let alone how to course correct. Beyond failing to realize that delegation done in this manner kills engagement, the manager has no understanding that the assignment should have been about transferring knowledge, skills, and abilities by partnering with their direct reports, helping them learn to effectively perform at a higher level, resulting in increased engagement. This is why mastering my MME process is so effective. The second fatal flaw is assuming it comes naturally. Newly promoted managers mistakenly believe that because they've been successful as an individual, they'll automatically be successful as a manager. And this manager is usually not alone in this assumption. Organizations are also guilty of this type of magical thinking, oftentimes promoting a great employee to manager and only providing them with the typical heavy on theory but light on how-to manager training. Even in the best cases, the transition from being a high-performing individual to a manager is rarely smooth. And learning to effectively achieve performance duplication can be yet another tough challenge. Most people struggle, especially at first, and many aren't comfortable going to their own boss and saying, "This is harder than I thought it would be, and I need some guidance." That's why I knew I could really make a difference if I could create an effective process that would make it possible to master the art of performance duplication if managers were willing to put the time to learn it and use it. The second common mistake, and again, we don't just see this in new managers, is micromanaging, which we discussed earlier in the program. But it so often occurs in delegation assignments that I'm mentioning again. If you'll recall, micromanaging is when the manager watches over her direct report like a hawk, scrutinizing every move they make. And it totally defeats the purpose of effective performance duplication. Micromanaging means direct reports never get to own the work. And for the manager, it means they're forever bogged down in the activities and details that keep them from focusing on their all-important strategic role in the organization. Even when overseeing a rank beginner, Micromanaging is the wrong way to go. It is useful in a crisis, but as a sustained management style, it's horribly destructive. One of the strengths of using my MME process is that it helps combat a tendency to micromanage if used properly. Fatal flaw number 4 is telling yourself that you don't have enough time. I'm telling you that you not only have the time, doing this work will make more time. Yes, it may initially involve more work for both you and the employee, but this is a long-term solution. And the more you partner up with your direct reports, the more knowledge transfer occurs, and the more time you free up on your own bandwidth to do higher level work. This gives you the opportunity to turn to your supervisor and say, hey, I want to partner with you on higher level projects and grow my skill set. It has a domino effect throughout the organization. The final mistake new managers make when it comes to performance duplication is not going in with a thorough development plan. That fly by the seat of your pants, let the employees sink or swim approach rarely works in any context, and certainly not when it comes to performance duplication. To effectively achieve performance duplication, rather than your garden variety delegation, you need a plan of action, because without one, there's no way you can help your employees build their knowledge and skill base. And you'll never cultivate a high-performance work environment. By using my MME process, you'll not only create an effective action plan, the employee you're partnering with will be able to follow it and succeed. Let's talk about what effective use of my MME process looks like. Before we begin, let me remind you that authentic leaders invest time with their people. Poor managers spend time on their people. Effective use of my MME process will require an investment of your time. The good news is that if you do it right, it's a one-time investment for that task, and the dividends will pay off continually from that point forward. Make sure you check out your manager toolkit. I've provided you with my Manager Multiplier Effect checklist. By now, you know that my Positively Managing Method is all about step-by-step processes, and effective use of my MME process can be broken down into 7 steps. Step 1 is select the person. As a leader, you must first decide who you will be partnering with. You have a couple of choices here. You can partner with someone you know will get the job done, someone who's already proficient at the task. This doesn't ensure success. They'll need clearly defined objectives and outcomes to measure their progress and results. You also have the option to truly help one of your employees grow. By delegating a task to someone who will have to be pushed well outside their comfort zone to succeed, you'll truly be attempting to achieve performance duplication within someone new. This is my preferred selection for you because it'll not only expand your team's skills and abilities, it'll increase their engagement. Once you've selected the employee, you'll next need to plan out the details of the project and partnering. What will be duplicated? The deadline for completion, budget, and resource requirements. You must also determine how results will be measured. The measurement must be black and white. Opinions cause disagreements. So you'll need facts, figures, and deadlines as your measuring tools, or you risk a failed delegation. In step 3, you'll meet with the person taking on the task. In the meeting, explain what the task is and why it's important to the organization. Explain the why and how of your decision to partner with this person. Next, explain the results to be achieved. Be very specific here. If you leave room to wriggle, it's likely that success will wriggle away. Explain the rules and limitations of the project. Again, being specific is key here. The person you're partnering with must know exactly what they can and can't do. Set the guidelines up and set them firm and make them consistent. Don't give the person or yourself any excuse to escape the project. Next, set the performance standards for that task. These are the measurements. There's no gray allowed here. The more black and white, the better. When the time comes to evaluate the success of the task, you don't want to debate. Knowing whether the outcome was met must be crystal clear to everyone involved. You're also going to tell the employee, this is the deadline. We're going to talk on these dates, and we're going to agree to check in before there's a problem so there aren't any surprises. And most importantly, if you do have problems, come to me immediately because we're partners on this. Step 4 is asking for a plan of action. The person you're partnering with should develop their own plan of action. How will they accomplish the task? And that means you're not going to be telling them how they should accomplish the task. In fact, you're saying, hey, this is what I need, and this is what it looks like done. This is how I would do it, but if you can see a better way or a faster way, go for it. Just show me your plan before you start. There's no one way or right way to do it, and I'm here to support you, to make sure you have what you need to be successful. You're also going to see if their action plan stays within your guidelines, so send them off to create a plan. In step 5, you're going to carefully review the employee's action plan with them, but don't read it to them. Instead, have them go through it, with you asking only clarifying questions. If you take control, it puts the employee on the defensive. And remember, don't start any clarifying question with why. This is where the rubber meets the road. If you mess this up, the partnership and the performance duplication will fail. You must be certain that their plan will result in the task being completed on time and successfully. If their plan can't accomplish the required outcome, then you must coach the person to adjust their plan accordingly. Now, here's your challenge. Keep your micromanaging monster in its cave. Coach your employee to change their plan. Do not make this into your plan. Your employee must be able to keep ownership. Here's another big challenge for you. Their plan will most certainly be different than the plan you would have developed. Who cares? If their plan will meet the objectives, stay within the guidelines, and accomplish the task, then let them go with it. They'll learn and grow, and after it's done, you can debrief on any areas where they could have done it differently. But by letting them come to this discovery on their own, if you'll only let them. If you end up frustrated at the way they did it, and in your heart know that your way was the best way, then it's possible you're a tried and true micromanager. Step 6, implement the plan. Yeah, really, seriously, implement the plan. Most plans fail because they're never implemented. As important as the completion date is to the success of the plan, the start date is vital as well. Make certain you have agreement as to when the person will begin. Have them set a date. You can even have them set a start time on that date. Specificity is what makes delegation work. Never forget they're learning a new skill, so both of you are going to be pushing out the edges of your comfort zone. This will trigger all kinds of insecurities and old wounds. It will create a touchy situation where either or both of you may be sensitive to every little slight or misstep and have a hair trigger ready to throw in the towel mentality at any time. This is natural. It's predictable. So be ready for it and get the employee ready for it. That way, neither of you will be so caught off guard by it that you can't course correct. And be prepared to walk your employee through the concept of iterating your way to awesome. They may have to circle back several times and rework things several times because it's up-leveling their skill set, so they're in uncharted territory. Step 7, follow-up. On the date agreed to, meet one final time to assess the results. If you didn't mess anything up and you kept in touch on a regular basis, coaching and encouraging, then the result should be exactly what was expected. And that result will include the fact that you've just helped someone grow into a more productive team member. With this accomplishment, you've now demonstrated exceptional leadership skills and are a more valuable leader to your organization. And both you and your employee can now share a great success. If used effectively, my MME process will dramatically increase engagement, because you're partnering with your employee on something he or she considers to be a growth opportunity, and you're making it clear you're going to ensure that they're successful. You're not just sliding the grunt work you don't want to do onto a subordinate's plate. That would have the opposite effect we want. It would kill engagement. Some managers of people drain all the intelligence, capability, inspiration, and creativity right out of their teams. It's usually because they're insecure, with a need to be the smartest, most capable person in the room. These managers of people end up shutting their team down and cutting off flow of ideas. And I know you know this type of manager because we've all worked with and for them. Remember that manager who day after day suggested new targets and tasks for your team, expecting you to scurry to keep up with their thinking rather than thinking for yourself and contributing your own ideas? And more than likely, if you dared to offer your own idea, they slapped it down in irritation. Or you know a manager in another department who, despite having more than 25 top-notch direct reports on his team, admits that he only listens to a couple of people because no one else really has anything to contribute. Instead of being a manager who successfully duplicates performance, these managers diminish the people who report to them. They cost their organization a lot of money, leaving creativity and talent on the table every day. And worse yet, cause that creativity and talent to walk out the door and join other organizations. Many managers are unknowingly keeping themselves from successfully achieving performance duplication. That's because a lot of managers were continually praised for their abilities and now assume they're always supposed to have the answer. Or they could have worked for a manager who was an expert at diminishing those around them, and they're now unknowingly mirroring that behavior. Or you could be the type of manager who has the perfect vision of the future and can successfully convey it to your team. If this is you, ask yourself whether you're leaving enough space for your employees to think through the challenges you all are facing. Or you could be super passionate about a project at issue and easily able to articulate the vision you have for it. But what if your passion is so powerful that instead of being infectious, it's actually stifling your team? You could be so excited about your vision that you're continually spouting your ideas, believing that this behavior sparks the creative process, when in reality you're causing people to shut down or scurry to think they have to change direction with each new idea. It's important to be able to step back and look at your own behavior with fresh eyes to make sure that you're successfully giving rather than taking away. None of us want to be that type of manager. But to successfully duplicate performance, you must care less about flaunting your own skills and abilities, and more about fostering a culture of excellence and creativity. You must understand that when your direct report or team is struggling with a project or process, especially something critical or high stake, you need to ignore your tendency to step in. Even when you know the answer and can finish that report better or faster, because that's not the right message to send your team. Don't heavily invest in being the hero, or ever consider yourself to be the smartest person in the room. Instead, see yourself as a coach and mentor. Learn to derive enjoyment from enabling others to operate independently. Allow your direct reports to discover the results on their own, and then happily reward their success. Value self-sufficiency, and once you transfer a task or decision, don't you dare try to take it back. What can you do to become a better manager who successfully utilizes my MME process? Understand the key is, rather than providing answers, it's using your own knowledge, skills, and abilities to ask insightful and challenging questions that cause people to stop, think, and rethink. Instead of trying to sell your vision or to expect it all to be done the way you would do it, ask a series of questions that get your employees thinking and piecing together the vision for themselves. Trickle ideas don't use a fire hose, and I know I have to repeat this one to myself. If you're the type of person who's always tossing out ideas, passionate and excited, try to shut the fire hose down to a motivational dribble. Strategically dispense your ideas in small but intensive doses. Sharing fewer ideas with your employees gives them the space they need. It allows them the room to feel safe, to contribute their own ideas, and leads them to really listen when you do say something. Do be clear and hold people accountable. We now know that both children and adults do best when they're fully accountable and experience the consequences of failing to meet expectations. So instead of jumping in and fixing the problem, hand it back to them. Let them know what needs to be improved or completed and by when. Leave the how out. And don't allow people to just point out a problem. Expect them to offer a solution. Try and ask questions that will help them wrestle with it, but allow them to work their way toward the solution. This will help you grow their capability and independence. To be successful at using my MME process, you need to become skilled in these areas. Knowing yourself, you need to understand your own personality and what motivates you. You need to also understand your natural behavioral style and how that style can successfully translate into a positive and motivational management style. You also need to understand what you can partner on with your subordinate and carefully plan how to successfully transfer your knowledge and skill. For example, if you're a very assertive and driving person, someone who's results-oriented, you may find it relatively easy to transfer the work, but not the decision-making. This can be an engagement killer, as I've said. Or you may be a very process-oriented and diligent person with details and thus may be uncomfortable handing off the key details to your direct report. But again, this failure is an engagement killer. So whatever managerial style you possess, you need to know what comes naturally to you, both the positive and negative. You also need to understand that knowing yourself is only half the equation. It's equally as important to understand each of your direct reports' personalities and needs. Though we talked about some of this in an earlier module, it bears repeating now. There may be cases where, with the direct report who has a style like yours, you'll find it very easy to use my MME process. But if the direct report has a style different from yours, you may find it difficult to adjust your style to match theirs. Of course, this is an issue even when we're not talking about using my MME process, because as I've said, it's your responsibility, not your employees, to adapt your style to theirs in order to accomplish successful use of my MME process. And you can't fail in the follow-up. After delegating a project or task, the key to success is checking in on a regular and expected basis to make sure things are on track. But again, and I can't stress this enough, this is not micromanaging. You're not checking in to make sure that the person is doing the task just like you would do it. You're checking in because the MME isn't about abdication of your responsibilities to ensure the employee succeeds. You don't give them the task, cross your fingers and hope for the best. You need to touch base to make sure they don't have any questions, make sure they're on track, and offer support and motivation. The bottom line is that you're looking to use my MME process in a way that will work well for both you and your direct report. The key is understanding that the goal is to meet mutual expectations, set goals and negotiate it together. It's making sure that you communicate clearly what you need to be accomplished and when you need it accomplished. The responsibility for being clear is yours. And that leads us to reason number 2, the lack of trust. There needs to be an environment of trust throughout the team and, more importantly, with you, their leader. The resistance comes from not trusting that they're actually being empowered to make decisions when the time comes. They may also fear that they'll be second-guessed or overruled after they finish the work. They need to know that they can come to you for coaching when they have questions, but that you won't micromanage the work by changing elements from their style to yours. Or worse yet, take the project back at the first sign of a problem. This is very demoralizing. Reason number 3 is their perception of a poor manager-employee relationship. Even if it's not true from your end, if your employee doesn't believe you're approachable and supportive, the delegation will be stifled. Do you focus on mistakes more than you praise your employee's work? In these cases, you won't be able to effectively coach the employee, and more than likely they'll fail to complete the project as set forth. So this one requires you to take a deep breath and look critically in the mirror. Reason number 4 is the lack of a positive incentive. All too often, managers believe employee incentive means money. Employees need incentives to be engaged and high performers. Ask them how they'd like to receive appreciation. When they don't trust that they'll be positively rewarded for taking on more work, even if it's successful, I promise you, they'll be looking for a way to turn it down. The final reason employees resist growth opportunities is lack of information. The employee must trust that they'll get the information they need to complete the work. When you present the idea, one of the first things out of your mouth needs to be assurance that you'll be partnering with them, ensuring they have everything they need, and that you are invested in their success. Successfully used, my manager multiplier effect is liberating. By providing your direct reports with important, constructive work, you light their engagement fire. You also free yourself up to accomplish even bigger things. And if you really can't delegate a task to anyone on your team, for whatever reason, at least be a mentor and take them on the ride along with you, so that the next time an opportunity comes along, they'll be able to do more on their own. When you can shift your mindset to using my MME process on a regular basis, you'll start to feel what it's like to have collective achievement. And you'll be on the road to developing into a high-performing manager and leader, not just a high-performing individual. The key is understanding that my manager multiplier effect process means passing down those challenging things you can, but don't have to do, so that you can focus on doing the highest level things that only you should be doing. I know this is a big chunk of material. I also know that it will take time to master this process, but I urge you to start immediately because it will open up all kinds of possibilities for both you and your direct reports. It may take months or even years to become an expert and feeling that it comes naturally, but please, please, please stick with it. It's so worth it. In the meantime, get ready for next week when we look at your next steps and examine fish out of water and what to do about your unsuccessful employees. There won't be as many as before once you're in the groove of positively managing performance. I can assure you of that. Wow, I know this is a lot to take in, but you know what? There's no rush. You can go back as many times as you need. But what I want you to do is keep going because this final module, fish out of water and unsuccessful employees, it's the capstone. Because the employees who don't fit on your team, even the high performers, and those still failing after 3 to 6 months of your best effort, we have to focus on them. We have to deal with them. We have to know what to do with them. And this module will arm you with practical strategies to handle the misfits and the persistent underperformers like a pro. You're going to walk away inspired, energized, and ready to see your team and your role with fresh eyes. You have transformed into a leader who inspires. And this is your victory lap. So let's end it with a bang. Let's go. Hey there, positive managers. Welcome to the final module, where we're going to look at how to address employees who just don't fit within your team or organization. And then I'll wrap it all up by talking about what you should do with those employees who, in spite of working this program with them for 3 to 6 months, are still unsuccessful. So let's look at employees who just don't fit. Are they really a problem if they're performing successfully? It's my opinion that the answer is yes, because you'll never truly create a high-performance work environment if the fit within your team isn't right. Just as performance suffers when an employee lacks the know-how to do a job or the desire to problem solve, performance is also effective when the job isn't a match for the employee's interests or passions. Passion is the fuel the spark that creates the drive. And an employee who's in the wrong job or profession is like a fish out of water. And that includes you. After the past 4 months, you are probably a lot clearer on whether being a manager of people is the right job for you, right? Even if you're a strong performer. Unfortunately, we often misinterpret a strong performer as a passionate performer and assume they love the work they do so well. I'm a great example of this. For years, I worked as a highly successful labor negotiator. Negotiating and strategizing were, and still are, strengths of mine. Yet the work really didn't inspire me or make me truly happy. And over time, the toxicity of the work negatively impacted me. Nonetheless, I was so caught up in the ego of being a great negotiator that I stuck it out. Now, it's possible that my previous employers were satisfied with my excellent, yet internally passionless performance, because I was a high performer and had quite a reputation as a successful negotiator. However, I can tell you that overall, I was not a positive addition to their teams and didn't make the contributions to those organizations that I could have, had I been truly engaged in my work. Maybe you and your organization are willing to settle for employees like I was, excellent yet singular, but I truly hope not. I believe you need to be mindful of employees like I used to be, who may lack any passion for or even hate the work they do, despite being good at it. Because it's usually those employees who will cause you the worst problems, because they act out and stir the pot. Even if it's unconscious, they self-sabotage themselves out of the job they secretly hate. That's why it's important to really get to know your employees and gain their trust. You don't want to be working toward igniting passion in an employee who really shouldn't be on your team in the first place. It's a wasted effort and not good for your organization. When I became a neutral, that is, a labor mediator and arbitrator, I thrived. And then when I discovered that not only was I a natural coach and trainer, but actually had superpowers desperately needed by leaders and managers, I soared. If you have an employee who, although successful, just isn't the right fit, both for themselves and for your team, you need to help them realize they should be on the look to move on, to find the right fit for them to soar. This isn't the easiest decision for either of you, but it's the right one, and you owe it to both of you to recognize it and move toward it. 6 months after helping the Public Works Department, where I worked, manage out a union employee who had been shuffled around for 3 years due to budget cuts and his own performance issues, I saw him in the organization's parking lot. He came up to me and hugged me. He told me that both he and his wife thanked me for positively supporting him through the termination process. He had since come to realize just how unhappy he'd been being in the wrong job. He said he was now working in a job he loved, and that forcing him to face up to the fact that he'd been a fish out of water in our organization, an idea he initially strongly resisted, turned out to be the best thing that had happened to his career. And because we used my Positively Managing Unsuccessful Employees program, his union didn't grieve his termination either. And that was a first for our organization when it came to terminations of represented employees. In fact, the union attorney took me out to lunch to discuss how much he and his firm were impressed by my program. They felt it protected both the employee and the organization and created a clear, easy-to-follow path. I'm aware that managing employees up or out is difficult, and that's why I've created an entire program on how to do it positively and fairly. And many managers using this program have actually been surprised that the very employee they felt was destined to be terminated was turned around. In fact, more employees than not were put on a successful path using my method. And my programs make it easy to diagnose whether the issue is performance or misconduct. When it's misconduct, my Positively Managing Misconduct program is the perfect solution. Many human resources and labor relations professionals find that they spend 80% of their work time dealing with the problems generated by 5% of their employees. The most serious problem employees include those no longer able to perform the duties of a changing job, or perhaps they never were. More serious are the truly dysfunctional and destructive employees, whose constant disruption and defiance can be toxic in the workplace. Remember that your real goal isn't to terminate employees. It's to help unsuccessful employees find success, whether that's within your organization or out. And if it's a situation where the person isn't a fit because they can't do the job or aren't suited to it, it's not a termination in the same sense that an employee who's engaged in misconduct is fired. Instead, look at it as a mutual parting of the ways. It's better to part company with an underachiever or a fish out of water than continue to suffer the resulting damage to you, your team, and your organization. So what can you do to influence those who lack that fire in the belly, yet you believe they can actually like the work and they have the capacity to be passionate about it? First, figure out whether they're in a position that leverages their strengths and get to know them. Find out what they're passionate about and what's missing from the work they're currently doing for you. Then look for opportunities across the organization to steer them projects that may play toward their passions whenever possible. Don't get locked into the concept of job titles or be hindered by departmental boundaries. Both of you, as well as the organization as a whole, will be rewarded for it. Next, be there and be present. When employees know they have the support of their manager and that their manager recognizes the value they bring to the organization and will spend time to aid in their success, passion can be ignited. And don't forget, when an employee does demonstrate passion at work, recognize it and celebrate it and tailor it in a way they can most appreciate. And show your own passion for the work. As a manager of people, you can't expect others to be passionate about what they do unless you're modeling your own passionate behavior. And if you know in your heart you aren't passionate about this work, consider finding out why. Maybe you need to make a change like I did. If that's the case, in the long run, it's better for everyone. But if it's your calling, remember to be grateful that you have first world problems. To quote Oprah, this day that you have been graced to breathe in and out thousands of times, this day where many of those breaths were taken for granted that the next one will just come. But the truth is there is no guarantee that the next one comes. This is the day to do better and be better. It's another chance to become more of who you were created to be and to do what you were created to fulfill. And like Joel Osteen said, you have to give yourself permission to accomplish your dreams. Choose to dwell on thoughts that empower you, inspire you, encourage you. Thoughts that give you joy. When you wake up in the morning, you need to set your mind for victory. Set your mind for success. Our attitude should be, this is going to be a great day. Every day we get to choose what kind of attitude we're going to have. Set your mind for good breaks. Start expecting your plans to work out. Expect people to be good to you. Expect to have a good day. Enjoy the journey, not the destination, and celebrate along the way. This moment is a gift. Be driven, be hungry, and don't listen to the naysayers. Are you willing to stop procrastinating and waiting for your dreams? Today is the day we let go of all the old to let in the new. We just get one life. Trust that you have something special. You are extraordinary. Give yourself credit. You're stronger than you know. And with that, we've come to the end. If you've done the work I've laid out for you so far, I congratulate you. If not, before you proceed to a more advanced or specific program, you need to do it. This program is the foundation from which to manage performance and everything that comes with it. And I am certain it'll change your life at work in a positive way. If you've rolled up your sleeves and cranked it out, you're now ready to tackle using these tools to help your entire team and yourself all achieve success as you've defined it. Imagine the change to your employees, your team, your organization, and yourself if everyone you manage is performing successfully. And once success has been achieved, you can start fine-tuning to raise the bar even higher. If you have employees who still can't achieve that successful level as you've defined it, Even after using this program faithfully for 3 to 6 months, it's time to move both of you into my Managing Unsuccessful Employees system. If you have attendance problems or problems with behavior rising to the level of misconduct, I urge you to check out my other programs as we continue to add to the library of programs within my Positively Managing Method. Thanks so much for becoming one of my positive managers. Now go out and change the world, one employee interaction at a time. You have conquered my Positively Managing Performance Masterclass. If you put in the effort and do the work in this class, you will be in a league of your own in your organization as a leader.